Yeah. New news drop, everybody stops and comes running. Oh, just to see what Dana J have to say. Yeah. He brings the truth, day by day. Oh, live for live. Now here's what you need to do. Come on, jump into live now. See what the receiver man is talking about. Dana J is on and ready to give you flavor full of baby, cause he on. Jump into live now. See what the receiver man is talking about. Dana J is on and ready to give you flavor full of baby, cause he on. Live in living color, baby. Your favorite blogger is locked and loaded and ready to go. Yeah. Yeah. Take a breath. You're tuned in now. Dan and Jay. I'm here with you. Another day, another story on the way. So much noise out there, hard to know what to believe. I ain't here to hype it up or tear it down. Just bring the truth to light, let it speak out loud. Yeah. From the streets to the world stage, from the past to the front page. If it mattered to your life, I'm gonna say it right. Dana J is here to bring you all the news, every story, every voice, from every point of view. Dana J is here. Current events, real time. Sit back, lock in, tap your ears, yeah. You in good hands tonight. You good now. You good now. I know the world feel heavy when you turn it on. Every headline make you wonder where we coming from. But knowledge is power when it's done with care. So I slow it down, break it clear and fair. No rumors, no disguise, just facts and human lines. If it touched the people, then it crossed my mind. Dana J is here. Oh, to bring you all the news, every story, gold, every voice, boy, from every point of view. DJ is here. Current events, real time. Sit back, lock in, tap your ears, yeah. You in good hands tonight. Yeah, this ain't just talk, it's conversation. This ain't just news, it's information for the thinkers, for the seekers, for the ones who wanna know. Dana J is here. Yeah, I'm right on time, bringing clarity to chaos, one story at a time. Dana J is here. So stay right where you are. Let's talk about what's happening now and where we really are. This is Dana J. And we getting into it right now.
What up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up? This late night impromptu live, man. Ooh, I gotta say it. This late night impromptu live, I gotta say it. I hate niggas. I'm gonna say it again. I hate niggas. Because there's always some end stuff dealing with R. Kelly. And people try to make it bigger than what it is. It's crazy. It's real crazy. Hold on, let me send these texts out real quick, 'cause I know it's late night. People like, man, I'm asleep, nigga. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Because at the end of the day, people wants to derail anything that's good, that's trying to be good, that's can be good, that will be good, that is good, that will be good for kills. And I know I went live last night on my backup page, and some things were said, and whew, it's crazy. It was crazy. But what I will say is sometimes you have to get tired of certain things. And I've heard some people talk on different platforms, and it really got to me a little bit. But let's talk. Hold on. You're live on the Dana J Show. How can I help you, caller?
Hey, Sharon Winbush.
What's up, Winbush? What's going on?
What you talking about?
I'm about to get into this R. Kelly Teddy Riley. What you know about it?
Everything.
So you know just as much as I do, huh?
Yeah, I can't talk about a lot.
Right.
But Teddy did address it on his IG.
And I'm about to read it today.
Yeah, go on and read that one statement, and then I'll talk about it. The first one.
The first statement, when Teddy Riley said, I want to address the Los Angeles Times interview directly.
Right, yeah.
As a producer, I've always been excited about the possibilities of music and creative collaboration. That excitement has defined my career. But I also understand that words carry weight, and I never want my passion for music to overshadow the very real pain that many people have experienced. If my comments cause hurt, I sincerely apologize. That was never my intention. I take seriously the impact that abuse and misconduct have had on survivors and their families. Their experiences matter, and they deserve to be acknowledged with care and respect. The idea mentioned in the interview in correlation with a previous post I made was simply that a creative idea discussed in passing. It is not something that will move forward. Loving music and recognizing its cultural impact does not mean condoning harmful behavior. And I want to be clear about that. I have spent my life building a legacy rooted in innovation, integrity, and love for the art form. That remains my focus. I appreciate the dialogue, and I remain committed to moving forward with intention and accountability. Thank you to everyone who continues to support me, my memoir, and the journey.
So, are you able to put something up on the screen?
Yeah.
Did you see that one picture of the album cover?
Yeah. Hold on. Yep.
So, and it was floated around, and it was in the discussion stages. Robert's scandal, obviously everybody knows about it. And the big dilemma has been, can you separate the artist from the art? Or, should we still be listening to R. Kelly's music? And creatives, everybody loves R. Kelly's music. Everybody. I think that's the one thing we're all unanimous on. We love the artist that is R. Kelly and the music that he has put out. So then what do you do in terms of still playing his music, still listening to his music, that type of thing? And I think that's where we are as a culture, trying to figure that out and trying to figure out what, people that are making music, do they work with him? Do they not work with him?
Right.
So everybody is struggling with that, and everybody's trying to find their place in that. The problem is we're at a point in society where people want to cancel you if you don't do what they think you should do. That is the downside of social media. You used to be able to have an opinion different from others, and they may not have agreed with you, but it was just a difference of opinion. You got your opinion and I'm mine. Nowadays, people want to take to social media and bully you and get you to do what they want you to, with this threat of you being canceled. So a lot of people are afraid to touch Robert. A lot of people are afraid to even voice an opinion for fear of what they'll come up against. But you have people that are not afraid. And Teddy is one of those people. Kanye is one of those people. You have Bootsy Badass is one of those people. So you have people that will stand on their spiritual and religious beliefs. They supersede man's law with God's law. So they believe everybody deserves redemption. God is the only person that can cancel somebody.
Right.
And everybody, I think, believes Robert was overcharged. And at what point do we allow this man forgiveness and redemption? And he who is without sin, throw the first stone. All the people screaming, you need to cancel him, you need to leave him alone. These are people that got so much dirt in their closet. If we aired their dirty laundry, they would be canceled. So Teddy came to the table very early on, wanting to support. So did Kanye. And this was back in 2021. I put Teddy with Rob's team. Then the same with Kanye. Things didn't pan out, not because of what was going on their side, but because of what was happening on Rob's side. And so this album idea was floated. I think Julius Darrington first put it out.
What, the birthday album?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he promoted that on Facebook. So I think he was spearheading something, trying to put something together. And they were in real talks, and the talks had progressed. Teddy was talking to me. I was very aware of what was going on, and things just didn't come together behind the scenes, and it had nothing to do with the scandal. It had nothing to do with Teddy's willingness to work with Robert, because Teddy loved the idea. Robert loved the idea. They did have several talks. They did communicate. And Robert was excited. Teddy was excited. Teddy and I were talking about some great ideas and some things that could really be great for the culture. And Teddy's position was always, it's about the music. It is about redemption. It is about forgiveness. And he's a highly spiritual person. So am I. So we both believe that this can be a teachable moment and a healing moment for everybody. The one thing Robert is gifted, and he was anointed by God. Who is man to take that away from him? Who is man to stifle that or try to silence that or even try to cancel that? If God didn't cancel him, man has no right to even attempt to do that. So what was, especially the ideas that Teddy and I were kicking around, were really, really going to be iconic. But some things were going on that that got in the way of that. And so the deal was, the communication was breaking down, before Robert's birthday. And then it just was on a downward spiral. But Teddy was always committed to the music, him and Rob collaborating and putting out some really great music. And the ideas really were fabulous. The concepts were fabulous, and it was really going to be a great, great thing. But unfortunately, like he said in his post, what about the one with the orange writing? Read that one.
One that says, as a producer, I am always excited about the possibilities of working with other amazing artists. Music is so many things for people. It instantly takes you to a time or a place in your life where memories come flooding back. How I feel about a song or record does not mean I agree with or condone the behavior of what the man behind the music has done. R. Kelly's music is no different. The project talked about in this interview was an exciting possibility of an idea being tossed with other great artists that will not be coming to fruition for various reasons. But I got a problem with that, though. And I'm going to tell you what my problem is.
Okay.
My problem is I understand what Teddy is doing, right? But in this time, you can't be lukewarm. It's either you rock with Rob or you don't.
He's not. And I can say that this did not stumble or break down because of Teddy Riley.
Okay.
It was stuff on Rob's side. And Bo Brindley asked me not to talk about it, asked me not to do videos on it.
Yeah, I can't. I can't talk about the details, but that's why I'm just like, I want to say something, but I can't.
I would love to tell y'all, but I can't.
Right.
So
I can't. I want to, but
I would have done 5 or 6 videos by now. But Robert's lead attorney asked me not to, and I said okay. So I'm only speaking because Teddy addressed it. And I would not have said anything had Teddy not already, he addressed it today because of the article that came out of the LA Times. And he gave his point of view. He was getting backlash when he first made that post, and that didn't slow him down. That didn't.
So hold on, Sharon, because it says Teddy Riley is finally getting his flowers. Will he risk it all to work with R. Kelly? So here's my thing, right? They trying to make it seem like R. Kelly is a cancer. He's this, he's that.
Right.
But you got Willie D, who came out today and said the bold-faced lie that Beyonce and Jay-Z is not in the Epstein files. And nobody's saying nothing. So I have an issue with this. And the issue that I have with this is simply this right here. You cannot say, will Teddy Riley risk it all to work with R. Kelly, but you got Willie D insufficient ass that's sitting out there talking about Jay-Z and Beyonce is vindicated. How?
Right. But here's the thing. I want people to be very clear. Teddy has always been consistent when it comes to Robert Kelly. He's never wavered. He's always said, God forgives. He's a highly spiritual person. So, and like he said, everybody has gone through scandals. And Teddy did not buckle on this. This was Rob's side that buckled. And it was just, some fuckery. So, and as a result, the album didn't go forward. It had nothing to do with Robert's case. It had nothing to do with the scandal at all. So the LA Times was trying, that when he's promoting his book, he's out here doing a book tour, and they want to be salacious and they want to cause controversy. So, and that's something I asked him about when he first announced. Like, we were talking about it behind the scenes, but when that second Chris Brown remix came out, he made his post, and I asked him, I said, are you willing to sustain the backlash of that? Because, there's going to be controversy. And his position was steady. There's always controversy. And I've dealt with controversy my whole career. And we both knew that what him and Rob were about to do would have been so big and so historic that all of that would have been drowned out. And that's why I was saying to him, it can't be a lukewarm project, and it can't be something, and he doesn't do lukewarm anyway, but we were unanimous in that anything that R. Kelly puts his name to along with Teddy Riley has to be monumental. Right. And especially given what they're up against, because you're going to have that pushback. People are going to come with exactly what the LA Times just came with. Because Teddy does have a good reputation. He is clean. There's nothing really in his background that has been scandalous. So everybody in the music industry loves Teddy Riley. And everybody in music loves R. Kelly's music. They just can't say anything publicly, or they get these types of attacks. That's the problem. So how do you still support an artist? How do you help someone redeem themselves? How do you move in God and spirituality when you have a segment of society that says, no, we don't want him to be helped?
Hold on for a second, Sharon. Shank Rod, what up, bro? I know you had a long day, but I didn't want you to think I ain't see you. What's up, bro? Go ahead, Sharon. I'm sorry.
So, what do you do in a situation like that? And that's something that we as a society have to deal with. And we have to deal with it with our families, with our churches, with, everybody in your family doesn't agree with your position on R. Kelly. Everybody in your church doesn't agree with your position on R. Kelly. And you associate with. So there's constant, or even in your politics. So there's this communication, but for me, the issue is, can we disagree and still have humanity? Can you have your position, I can have my position, and we still move higher and move forward?
Well, let's go this route, Sharon.
Okay.
Not to cut you off, but my thing is, if we're going to take that position about it, that means that we are saying that, and I could be wrong, but if we're going to take a position of let's agree on some things and let's disagree, we're saying that Robert is guilty of some but he's innocent of some. No, that's not our position. Our position is Robert is innocent of what he was charged with. Because
no, I'm saying you should be able to talk to a person that thinks he's guilty.
Okay.
You have your position, but you don't fall out over it.
Okay.
And it shouldn't be, let me insult you, let me call you the P-hive because you support him.
Well, here's the thing, Sharon. The same people that called us the P-hive for supporting R. Kelly are the same people but that support Jay-Z and Beyonce. Are the same people who are the same people who went quiet about the Jeffrey Epstein files. Are the same people who's quiet about Whoopi Goldberg. Let's keep this 100. At the end of the day,
the same people who are quiet about Oprah.
Right.
I told you guys that Oprah's Stedman had a brother who had a son, Julius Graham. Stedman's brother died when Julius was maybe 11 or 12, and Oprah and Stedman raised him and were his guardian parents, if you will. And Julius told me that Stedman had molested him and that Oprah and Gail knew, and they were covering up for Stedman.
Julius Darrington told you that?
No, Julius Graham.
Oh.
Stedman Graham's nephew.
Man.
So you have someone, and I believe him. That's the thing.
Right.
You know, I worked for him around the same time that I was working for R. Kelly. It took him a long time to reveal that information to me. I was close with him. I was close with the guy that did Oprah's makeup. And I've met Stedman and I've met Oprah many times. But do I believe it? Yes. And I talked him out of, there was, Kitty Kelly was going to do a tell-all book on Oprah. And Julius had, Stedman's nephew had never signed a confidentiality agreement, and neither did the makeup artist, Roosevelt Cartwright.
So that means that they all can talk then?
That's what they were going to talk. And I talked Julius out of doing that because I said it would ruin Oprah. And here she is now taking it upon herself to destroy people.
That's the same person that said her father was innocent even though he raped a lot of people.
Whose father?
Oprah.
Her father raped people?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
I did a whole article about that. And she was like, you can't call my father a pedophile, and because it happened over 8 years ago. But what did you and your homegirl Kale get on there and say? Oh, R. Kelly a pedophile. And even
a judge. Clear, pedophile means you have sex with someone that has not reached puberty. We've got to stop using that word.
Listen.
If a person has their period,
Sharon,
they are not a mind, they're not, it's not pedophilia.
Listen, I'm only reciting what Kale and Oprah said. Yeah. Right. That's what they said. I know the difference. That's why.
Shona said it. And then somebody else, everybody's been throwing that word around. And of course, the ops love to throw that word around, but it shows they're ignorant, stupid, retarded, and uneducated. Because in order for you to be a pedophile, look up the dictionary definition of it. You have to mess with prepubescent boys or girls. That means they have not reached puberty.
Right.
Shona started her book out with, I got my period at 12. So at 12, nature, Mother Nature, God, universal intelligence said she is ripe for procreation.
So I have a question. How can a female be a victim when she don't know the age of when she was touched?
Correct.
I'm just trying to figure some things out.
You got to realize we have studied this more than anybody else.
Right.
We looked at the transcripts. We analyzed the things that they said. We watched their interviews. We dissected everything. The vast majority of people didn't do that. And if they did, they glossed over the details because they wanted to see him as guilty. So they went into it with, oh my God, this happened, and they're believing their stories as if it's gospel, and they're not looking at it objectively.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why.
Why?
And not to cut you off, because you got KRS-One long lost sister that's out here talking about, I started the Me Too. No, the Me Too movement was started back during Martin Luther King time. However, and she might have picked it back up because of her looks and she got tore down. But one thing that I will say, men and women, older and younger, have to get out of the whole mantra of you have to believe someone who called himself a victim, whether it's a man or a woman. Just because you call yourself a victim, that don't mean you're a victim. And the only reason why you calling yourself a victim, because somebody else looked at your situation and said, oh, you being victimized because you didn't consider yourself a victim.
Correct.
And I mean, and like I showed last night on my live, everybody talking about, oh, that's for shown on the tape. That is not for shown on the tape, but that went viral. I keep telling y'all that. That's Adelina Prado, aka Birdie. I showed the dark room photos. I showed the regular room photos. I even showed what she said when she got interviewed for Surviving R. Kelly before it was called Surviving R. Kelly. And because her story didn't line up with Lisa Van Allen, Geronda Pace, and the rest of them, they told her, and we're going to shelf your story. But technically, she's one of the only ones that can really talk. She's been with Rob for 12 years.
Why wasn't she in the court case?
Because her story didn't match with everybody else's, so they circumvented her story and put it into a civil suit case up in Minnesota. But what happened? Folks like me start chirping at it, and then she came on my platform. She called me directly, and she told me, Dana, get me in touch with his lawyers. I will tell them I'm not prosecuting R. Kelly. And she said, I came to him as a young girl. She was 19. And she said, I spent 12 years and I left. My whole music is the track music to R. Kelly. I am the R to R. Kelly. And she said, I'm no victim. I knew what I was doing.
How old was she when she got with him?
19. And she's also the one on the videotape and with Lisa Van Allen, the one in Florida. They are all consenting adults. It's Lisa Van Allen, Rob, and Adelina Prado. But Lisa don't want to talk about that. That's why I said I have a whole idea. And since these ladies want to jump out there and say, you got to believe us, you got to believe us. Okay. Oh, I got an idea. So therefore, if we got to believe y'all, right? I need some men to rock with me, and we travel the country, and we're going to tell the people, we got to believe the victims. So we're going to use their words.
Right.
And we're going to show their words and their actions. So since we got to believe y'all, let's believe y'all now. This is what y'all done. I'm tired of the bullshit when it come to Rob now. I'm tired of these fake ass supporters. I'm tired of these fake ass people. It's either you going to sit on the toilet or you're going to get the hell off. We don't need no more dead weight. And we had a bunch of people on here talking about some, oh, I'm for Rob. Even marching down the street, free R. Kelly. But as long as they got a Cash App, everything was fine. But as soon as Geronda come out, oh, I believe Geronda. Sit your monkey ass down.
Yeah.
We in this for real now. And that's just where I'm at with it. Don't come to me talking about, let's do a rally. I don't care. You're a phony. And I'm calling people out. And if you don't like it, that's on you.
Well, you got to think, especially with this Shorty book, Rob told several females that testified in court that I told him I wasn't 18, and he said, wait until you're 18.
Facts.
To be friends but wait until you're 18. That sounds exactly like what happened with Rashonda. She said we talked on the phone. Then she says she was jealous of Drea and she was jealous of Sparkle. She considered them her competition. Then she said, I told Robert about Steve Huff, which was Sparkle's boyfriend.
Yeah, Steve. Everybody knows Steve is.
That's what made them break up and him not want to fuck with her on the second album. Then when Rashana, she stated that's when they would see each other physically, only after Sparkle was gone.
But pause.
So you couldn't have been the 14-year-old in the tape because Steve Huff, all that mess happened in 2000.
But pause.
So,
watch this though. It's not that she told Rob that Steve Huff and Sparkle was dealing with each other. She told Rob what Sparkle's plan was to have him and Steve work together and Steve steal all of Rob's ideas. That's what made Rob said, nah, I ain't dealing with this. But, and before we get to Steve, let's talk about Earl.
mm-hmm.
And everybody talking about, Dana, oh, you said that mean stuff about Earl? Yeah, I said Earl can rot and piss. And because at the end of the day, you are part of public announcement, right? Nobody know who public announcement is if it's not for R. Kelly, right?
Okay.
So you gets mad because everybody have told you, do not bring your women around Rob. Rob even tell you, dog, I'm a player, bro. Rob even told you. Right. Rob even told you, like, yo, women and females dog me out in school. So now it's a game to me to get every woman that said I couldn't get them. And again, it's a game. So you bringing your woman there, not just to record in your presence, but you leaving her alone with R. Kelly? Yo, that's like me saying, okay, I'm going to take my kid. No, I'm going to take my girl. And I know my girl love LL Cool J. And I'm going to leave my girl in a room with LL Cool J and I'm going to disappear. I'm opening up a way for stuff to happen. But then, not just that, Rob is telling you, like, yo, your girl coming on to me. I ain't going to be able to just stop that like that. Yo, look out for your girl. And you get mad at Rob because your girl telling you, I ain't coming home no more. I don't want to be with you no more.
She want to upgrade. Earl was the backup dancer. You can't even say singer. Rob had the whole album done before he even met Public Announcement.
Right.
And Bruce told me Rob used to cut their mics off because none of them could sing. So he would just play the tracks that he did background vocals on, and they would just be lip syncing. So he didn't want any of their sounds to be any part of his music. So she gets with this guy thinking, oh, he's going to be whatever. And then she realizes, oh, you the broke background dancer. I want to upgrade.
Go ahead, Sharon. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It was a family of 304s.
Right. So
Sparkle, her sister, and the niece.
So it was Sparkle. No, it was more than that. It was Sparkle. It was her sister, as you said, and because she spent a lot, and she spent the block in between Greg and everything, and the niece came along later. But I got a question. When all this was going on at the house, right? I gotta ask you two questions, Sharon, because somebody asked me this question today. Which group do you think had Rob back the most? The day ones or this new breed that they got? And the day ones was Kip, Honey,
All them other cats. But I ain't gonna say nobody else's name because they don't want me saying that name. But you know what I mean? Kip and all them, yeah.
I think it was like any other relationship. You have positives and negatives. You have good days, you have bad days. Robert, most of the people that came around Robert didn't have anything to bring to the table, but he let them take jobs, get jobs, hire them. But Robert was not generous.
That's the new group, right?
Huh?
That's the new group.
That's everybody across the board. That's Robert's history. The one thing you hear people consistently say is Rob didn't pay them enough or Rob didn't do whatever. But from my vantage point, you weren't even qualified to do the job.
No,
you
I'm
weren't even qualified to fill the position.
No, I ain't talking about the pass alongs, but I'm talking about the real day ones that protected Rob. I mean, the ones that.
And I'm saying it was a mixed bag. Some were straight and some were not. You can't say because you were around at this time you were straight. A lot of dudes that were around, hell, Johnny was a day one.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ! That.
So you can't say because you were a day one.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
So many day ones.
You're right.
That because they were there at the beginning, they were walking in the door stealing.
All right. So
hell, Tria was a day one.
All right. So
you know what I'm saying?
All right. So do you remember Kip?
No, I don't.
Do you remember Greg? Not Landfair, but the other Greg.
The one that says he's an uncle?
No. The other Greg.
You gotta be more specific. It was 1,000 people around Rob.
All right. Do you remember Lolo? That passed away?
Mm-mm.
What about Dre?
For public announcement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember Jim?
We're not going down all of this. The dudes, Rob had thousands of niggas around him for years.
Right.
At the end of the day, it's not for me to speak to somebody's character.
Right.
Because you don't know what's going on between them. All I can do is speak to me. I thought Drea was solid. The people that I know the best are the people that were in his house. And that's Robert and Drea and Rashauna's mama, and Joanne, and the housekeeper. Those are the people that were there regularly. And then I would see Daryl McDavid and all.
Hold on for a second, Sharon. Hold on. Bro.
Bro, give me the number. I don't know how to call in.
Right. I'm about to put you on now. Hold on.
Okay, hold on. What did you hang up?
No, just stay right there. I'm ahead. Okay. Sharon.
Yeah.
Okay. I got you and Kip up here now. I got both of y'all.
Hey, Kip. Hello. Good to talk. Good to finally talk to you.
Mm-hmm. Danny, can you hear me?
Yeah, we get you loud and clear.
You can. Oh, okay.
Everybody can hear you.
I just set some context and get some historical facts regarding my involvement and my relationship with Robert and my tenure with him.
Okay.
I was out on tour with everybody know the R&B artist Patti LaBelle. I was out on tour with her. I got a call from the guy that runs the security company and said that R. Kelly's bodyguard pushed through a curtain, fell off the stage, and broke his arm. And they need somebody to cover him. That was in June of 1994. I flew from Miami, Florida to L.A. And the first concert that I did with him, I met him at the Greek Theater. We were on tour with Salt-N-Pepa. It was called the Very Necessary 12-Play Tour.
Yep.
That tour, I didn't even know Robert. I hadn't even met him. My brother Rocky from Chicago, I linked up with him, and he took me in to meet Robert. I remember it was MC Hammer, Tupac, a whole bunch of people in the room or whatever. And when they finally introduced me to Rob, he was like, "We're gonna holler later." So that was the beginning of my tenure with Robert. That tenure didn't end until May of 2004. So for 10 years straight, I was with him. I lived with him various times throughout those years. In the latter part of the years of my tenure with him, we lived in Orlando, Florida. We didn't even live in Chicago. It was after we shot the Storm Is Over video at the Red Rock Amphitheater in Denver. We went straight to Orlando, Florida. We never went back to Chicago. The only time Robert went back to Chicago is when he caught the case. Remember the U.S. Marshals came and picked him up at the house, and then that's how he went back to Chicago. He didn't go back willingly or on his own. He went back because U.S. Marshals picked him up. And that's when he caught that case. He was still living in Orlando, Florida.
Yeah, that's when he came and got. That's when they came and got him from Disney World, right?
Right, exactly. That's when we lived in Orlando.
Right.
So my tenure with him was from 94 to 2004. I do agree. A lot of people came and went, or whatever. But so far as being intricate with him on a day-to-day basis, nobody. I basically woke up with him and went to bed with him. Pause. Literally, not literally, but you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
From the time we got up to the time he went to sleep, I was with him. I was his head of security. Everybody knows I have a prior tenure in law enforcement. So I wasn't just some homie. I wasn't somebody he hired in the street. I was a qualified professional that worked for a qualified security company who at the time we had like 10 of the largest clients, the hugest clients in black music you want to name.
Right.
So I was already doing this before I met R. Kelly, in other words. Like you said, a lot of people came, a lot of people went.
So in 1998, when Joanne...
1994.
No, I came to work for him in his home in 1998 when Joanne was born.
In Olympia Fields? In Olympia Fields?
The George Street house.
With the old firehouse? It was I guess it was a firehouse that he turned into a
somebody told me it was a church. It was
a firehouse and then it was a church.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Were you ever there?
Yes, most definitely, all the time.
Did you ever see me in the kitchen?
No, ma'am. I didn't. I came when I came to get there to get Robert. I would let myself in. I had a key, and the code to the alarm code was 123412. I still remember the alarm code. I should let myself in, and I would get him, and I would leave, and we would start our day. I didn't hang out at the house. Only time I would hang there is he used to throw parties there sometimes. And I would be there for the parties myself. I would hire about 3 or 4 off-duty Chicago police officers, and one of his best friends who wound up was a Chicago police officer, Larry. Me and Larry and a couple other off-duty guys we would hire and could do the security for the parties we would throw at that house. So far as spending time there or whatever, I never spent time there. I would come there and let myself in there. June Brown normally did the day-to-day there.
Now, do you remember that Shark Tank to the left when you came in the door?
Yes, ma'am. I remember all of it.
Okay. And you know, where was Rob's room?
What was Robert's room? It was upstairs upstairs.
No. Robert always slept downstairs.
Okay. So there was a room that I went to a couple times upstairs where...
Upstairs that was the master bedroom, but Drea stayed up there. You know, Angie and China and Sam.
I know all of them. I know all of them. I was there before they got hired.
Okay. So they stayed in the master bedroom, and Robert stayed downstairs.
That's true. I'm trying not to go into no details about his business about that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I said it because Drea was saying on many interviews, and the only reason I put that out there is because Drea kept saying there were no other women in the house.
Oh, it was. It was most definitely.
Other women around. So
it was most definitely.
Yeah. So
everything she's saying is a lie. That's another story. I ain't come here tonight to talk about Drea or a house or whatever. I just want to I heard my name. I just happened to be watching. Somebody texted me and told me to log in, and I watched. And I heard somebody like saying that. Yeah. So when they said don't like when they said Kip, and they asked you, did you know me? And you was like, no. And I'm like, well, how don't nobody know me? I'm head of security. I've been there from 94 to 2004. I didn't meet you. I don't recall meeting you. That's not that wouldn't be unusual. I mean, right. Like I'm not like negating that or trying to dispute that or saying, you know, that just because I never met you or whatever. There's probably plenty of people that was around him that he had doing stuff for him that I didn't know about or talked about. Yeah. It's like it's real interesting that like even this latest stuff before he called all this time, there were 3 people, historical people. All these people on the internet saying, they had all this interaction and I did this and I worked this and I worked that. From dudes saying they did security with his bodyguard and him. It's very interesting when the feds came, and Dana can attest to this. They only came and got 3 really interviewed like 4 or 5 historical people. And they only brought 3 people in to interview them to testify before the grand jury. And those people were myself. Of course, you know, June and Daryl got charged. It was myself, Rocky, of course, you know, Dana, Al Lewis, who was the historical driver who started with us in 1993. Well, really, with Rob in 93 before I came there. Barry Hankerson, Johnny, and Johnny, and there was one other person. Me and Cheryl Cobb. And those are the people. Like all the people. Why the feds just go get this core group of people, and not all these people on the internet saying how intricate, how you know how because they know the feds been knowing since '94. The feds been knowing everything. The police been watching since '94.
Well, you know what they
everything
say. Well, you know what they say, Kip. They said that you testified, and that. But they say that you testified. And I dry snitched R. Kelly into jail.
No, you didn't. So this is what happened. Let me tell you what that. First of all, let me just set the record. I'm just here to set the record straight. I'm not trying to debate nobody on the internet because the internet is undefeated. First of all, there is no secret that the feds, the Department of Homeland Security, came to our city. You know where we from, Dana.
Yeah.
And came to my city, knocked on my door, and they brought me back to Chicago. And I was there for 2 days. They interviewed me for 8 hours, 9 hours the first day and 8 hours the second day. They came to the conclusion that they couldn't use me to testify before the grand jury. If you look at anywhere in Robert's paperwork, court records, which is public records, if you don't believe it, those public records are available for anybody on the internet to go get. You know what I'm saying? By law, under the Public Information Act, you can go get those records. My name is nowhere in his paperwork. Because I never testified before the grand jury, because I never went before the grand jury. Those people that I named, the feds brought in as well, never testified for the grand jury. I told you, Dana, when I first sat down, the first 30 minutes, they pulled out a big book. Mm-hmm. They opened up the page, and guess who the first face popped up on the page?
Mine.
It was yours. They asked me, who is this guy right here? And I had to tell them. See, they actually, I found out about later that what they do, they actually question. They already know what answer you're going to give them. Mm-hmm. Well, they already know that the answer to the question that they ask you. You know, yeah, I never testified. Who? Hey, Kramer. Hey, sis, I'm reading this. It's like,
why didn't you testify?
It wasn't about why not testify. It's when they interview you, from that interview, they determine whether or not they can put you up to testify before the grand jury. They can use you, whether they want to use you or not. See, people don't understand the dynamics of that. When they hear that the feds came got you, they think you're doing something secret. Right. When they interviewed me for those 2 days, at the conclusion of those interviews, they told me I could go home, or they were done with me. They made it determined that they couldn't use me. Prosecutors couldn't use me. And it wasn't just for the Chicago case, it was for the New York case. Because when they interviewed me, they did it. The people for the Chicago case, the Chicago prosecution team, U.S. attorney, and all of that, everybody that was prosecuting the case, they were there The Chicago Police Department was there, and then they had me on a Zoom call, and they had New York doing the same thing simultaneously, so they didn't have to send me to New York and depose me as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I got deposed by Chicago authorities and New York authorities at the same time.
So Kip, so let's go ahead and just do this real quick, because a lot of people was asking, because the PI Sean Harris popped up on another person's channel, and I guess he was asking questions, and like I told him, I can get all 50 plus people here, and they told me that don't worry about it, but they're gonna take care of it. That's when we was up in New York. So can you touch on the fact that when the PI contacted you to testify for Rob and what all happened?
Yeah, so I don't know who this guy was. I knew like right off the break, after talking to him for 30 seconds, that he was on some bullshit and that he wasn't who he said he was. First of all, the first thing I did was I run public information on somebody. When I ran his name, the first thing the dude was caught up in a scandal and got fired from it. It was just a whole big mess up in New York. I'm not going to get into the particulars of it, but anybody with that type of background and what happened to him with the police department wouldn't even qualify to get a private investigator's license to do what he was doing or whatever. So that was some bullshit. And he wanted to question me and ask me all these questions. So I'm like, bro, I don't know who you are. I just called you out of common courtesy. Somebody told me it would be okay to call you. That's the only reason why I'm calling you, because that person vetted you, and I respect that person. But I said, moving forward, I don't have nothing else to say to you, bro. And so one of Robert's attorneys at the time had contacted me and asked me would I pick up the case, because I am a licensed private investigator in the state of Florida, and my private license allows me reciprocal to work in the state of New York, Maryland, and about 9 other states. So they asked me would I told them that I didn't want to do it. Just leave me out of it. I mean, like when the feds are done with me, I was basically done with it. I don't want to speak on the man. I don't want to speak on our personal relationship or nothing like that. Just leave me out of it. And but that private investigator, he was young, whoever he was.
Yeah, we all know that. So, Kip, does that mean you didn't have anything pertaining to the case that they could use in a court of law?
Basically, what it is that when they interview you, right, from that interview, they say, okay, this guy. The prosecutor said, okay, this guy's credible, and we can put him up before the grand jury because he can help our case.
Right.
Right. I everything I said to them, I never. If they put me for the grand jury, I would have been testifying in Robert's Chicago trial and the New York trial. They would have had to bring me in as a witness for the U.S. against Robert.
Well, they said that I was testifying against Rob too.
You never. When people say that dumb shit, say what courtroom did you see me show up in? You stupid motherfucker.
Well, let me ask you this. Why didn't they use Barry Hankerson since he's the one that got the case?
Well, the thing about it, everybody yelling Barry Hankerson. We know Barry. I remember I first met Barry back in 1994. I mean, like, Barry is, the only thing that Barry was tied to was the Aaliyah situation, which I was there for. I came to Robert right when we were finishing Aaliyah's album, 18 Number the Number. Yeah. And I remember that and being in the studio with her. I don't know how old she was. She was about 13 or 14. She was running around the studio, and she's just like a little kid running around. And her mother was there, Diane, her father, who was living at the time, Michael, and her brother, Rashad.
Mm-hmm.
So her whole family was there. Every time I've seen, in the beginning, when I was with Leah or around Leah, or Leah was around working, her parents, or one of her parents, and her brother Rashad was always there, always present, and Barry was there.
So wait, Kip.
You got a mother, a father, a brother, and an uncle.
Wait, Kip.
Wait.
Because because one of the so-called survivors said that you wasn't there and that she opened the back door on the tour bus and seen Robert assaulting Aaliyah and taking her fruit cocktails.
Bro, can you
I know that,
can you
but
stop listening to that madness, man? Don't even put that on the atmosphere. Don't even repeat or regurgitate that shit. It's ridiculous.
no, I'm just saying it. No, I'm just sending it back to you so that way you know.
I'm not even gonna answer that.
Right.
That's crazy for me to even entertain some bullshit like that.
Right.
First
of we all know.
You gotta understand that who I am and where I'm from and what cloth I'm cut from. If I seen any motherfucker, I don't care if it was fucking Robert, my own brother, doing something to a kid, we gonna get to the shit.
There's straightening going on.
Yeah, exactly. Know what type of motherfucker you think I am.
And
you know.
And one more for the record, I will put it out there. When everybody found out that Leah had passed on, Kip was the one.
I was the first one to find out.
Right. Kip was the one that really saved Robert's life.
Yeah, so what happened, we were in New York, standing at the Trump Towers. We were in New York. We had just got off a tour coming from Europe. And we were there. We were over in Europe. We finished a successful European tour. Rob didn't want to go back to Chicago, so we went to New York. We were in Chicago. I'm in the Trump. My cell phone rings. It's Fatima. Anybody who knows about anybody in the business back then, Fatima was the A1 choreographer for everybody. She was choreographer for Leah. Actually, she did that that last video that she shot in the Bahamas or wherever they were when they were down there.
Yeah. And she did Rob's next video.
Yeah. So Fatima called me and said, Kip, where are you? She said, are you around Robert? I said, no, I just took him back to his room. She said, sit down. I said, what's wrong? She said, Leah just died. And I said, oh my God, what happened? And she told me. So the first thing I did, I called Regina, who was his publicist at the time. Regina came to my room, and then we started calling people. And then while we started calling is we wanted to confirm. Even though we knew that Fatima wasn't being lying or anything. You still have to vet and before you take something to your client like that.
Exactly.
And then we confirmed it. We called a guy that was with me. He was a captain in the police, captain in the New York Police Department. He was the youngest captain in Central Park East, and he was a brother. We called him. He knew somebody in the Bahamian, police department and all that. We called down there, and of course they verified. So we called leadership, meaning we called Jerry Margolis, Rob's attorney at Phelps and Phillips. We called a couple other people, and they told me that they wanted me to break the news to Rob. And I told Regina, that's not my job. That's Regina's job, the publicist, And so Regina was like, Kip, can you go with me? So we went down to the room, and Rob was like, what's wrong? Something is wrong. Like that. And I said, yeah. I said, sit down for a minute. I said, Robert. And he said, what? And he stood up, and I said, Leah just passed away. And he dropped to his knees. And then the next thing he did, this nigga jumped up, and he just started running around the room. And then I was trying to grab him, and the nigga, like he was going to jump out the goddamn window. Like, he took it. Man, so finally got him calmed down after about an hour. I mean, we left the Trump, and then I called, Tone and Pope, Trackmasters. I called Tone and told Tone what happened. And Tone said, yo, y'all come over to the studio. We brought Rob to the studio, and we wound up staying there for the rest of the night. But that's how that happened. And Regina was like, Kip, I think if you weren't there, he probably would have tried to jump out that damn window. I mean, because I never seen him react like that. He was just like fucking, like, beyond distraught. Like, he just blacked out, man.
So let me ask.
The thing about the way she died.
Yeah.
Robert had a fear of flying. He always had a fear of flying. And every time we flew, I had to go to the doctors and get him a cocktail, like a Benadryl cocktail to give it to him right before he go on the plane so he could sleep the whole time.
Yeah.
Really sedate his ass the whole time. We did that to go to Europe, and we did a show something in 1997. We went to Jamaica. We did I forgot, some type of Jamaican fest, and we went over there and we stayed in Miami, and it delayed it. We delayed going there for 3 days because it was raining. He wouldn't even get on the plane because it was raining. So we finally get to Jamaica, and then I think Minister Farrakhan was staying at the same hotel we were staying at. And I remember Robert, like, we were just like, he had talked about the fear of flying. He's like, man, I'm taking a boat back. I feel funny about flying back. I feel funny about flying back. So Rob had this little pug, this little dog called 12 Play. And 12 was in they wouldn't let that animal into the country, so they kept him in quarantine at the airport while we were, doing having our business and working. When we came back, when Rob said he would take a boat back, I didn't know how serious he was, and he took a boat back. I wound up flying back because I took 12 back with me. I picked 12 up at the airport and I fly, and I met them back in Miami. Same thing when we did our European tour, the huge European tour. We went over to Germany, we did like 30 dates over there, man. And that was when 9/11 happened. It was him, the dancers, Tria, June, and a couple other people, a couple other staff. They took the boat to QE2 from New York. Me and Cheryl and Al, we flew ahead of them. And Rob was pissed at me because he's like, why the fuck you didn't get in the boat? I said, bro, you don't do planes, I don't do boats. You know what I'm saying? And I remember that he just had this fear of flying. And the way to sum this up, what I'm talking about is that it really, really like messed him up the way she died. In the plane crash. So he's always feared his entire life.
So let me ask both of y'all. Something real quick. Not to cut you off, Kip. Let me ask both of y'all. If Robert was to get out anytime soon, right? What will it take for Robert to get back to his TP2 days? Can I ask a question for both of y'all?
For me, I'm gonna go first, Sharon, because I want to get this off my chest. First thing he needs to do is to get the fuck out of Chicago. Go back into the lab like we did when we made TP2.com. People don't know TP2 was in the can.
Mm-hmm.
That record that we got done. The Storm Is Over. That was added last to TP2.com because it was for the European market. That song wasn't supposed to release here in the United States, nor the video. That's why we went to Denver, Colorado to shoot it. We shot at the Red Rocks Amphitheater. And when we finished that video, we did a detour and we didn't go back to Chicago. We went to Orlando, Florida. And we went immediately in the studio, in Continental Studios, and we redid most of the stuff on TP2.com. We did a couple remixes. Of course, we did the after the show is the after party, remix with Jay. But I remember the night, it was only Jay-Z and Steve Stout. Jay didn't have no security that night. I went and picked them up. I picked them up from the airport, took them to the hotel, whatever. Then I sent the car over to the hotel, and then the car brought them to the studio. Jay came in and he did his fucking verse, bro. I'm not lying. He did that shit in like 15 minutes. He ain't write nothing down. He went in, did his verse. Him and Rob, they dapped up. They talked for a little bit. They chopped it up. Steve Stout, I dapped him up, and Jay went. It was strictly business, with no shenanigans or nothing, no wild parties or nothing like that. Brother came in, laid it down. And then Rob went in right behind him and did all like the ad-libs and did his parts or whatever. And, I think that to get back to the TP2.com, I'm sorry, I kind of went off course.
No, you good.
Go back, get in a studio somewhere, right? You got to go get Ian. You got to get the engine. Got the engineer. Nobody can
mix like Ian.
Nobody can mix like Ian. There's Ian, Andy Gallis, and Ian and Abel.
Right.
Abel, that was the shift. That was the three. And before them, it was a guy named Peter Mokran. We'll talk about Peter later, but Peter was the original guy. But for like 12 play and stuff like that. But you gotta get Ian. Nobody can. As a matter of fact, I think Ian is the engineer for Janet Jackson now. He does all her live stuff too. The front of house. He does front of house for Janet. But nobody mixes. Nobody. It's just a special thing that he does, and the way they work. I mean, like how Ian think. He's like when Rob want to go make a move, Ian knows it already. He's 3 steps ahead of Rob. Same thing with Rob. Rob know what Ian gonna do. I mean, it's like
chemistry.
It's like it's chemistry. It's like the Lakers when they made their run and when the Bulls made their run. I mean, it's like that and have people around him that's gonna structure his day outside the studio, just so Rob don't get distracted. You know, and that's basically that was my job. I mean, it was Jim's job, but you got people, fucking off and want to do selfish stuff and thinking about their stuff and trying to do their own shit. That's what I think needs to happen to get back to where he was. All this other bullshit, these motherfuckers around, people want to do this and before that, people don't know. Only one person has written, or at the time had written for Rob, and only one person had produced for Rob. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to tell you who that was. Anybody else said they wrote for Rob or produced for Rob, they can kiss my ass. If they did it before 94 and after 2004, then I can't testify to that. But I know it's only one person that wrote for us, Kelly Price. Right? Oh, she wrote for us. And then there was only one. But remember that song, "You Must Be Used to Me Spending," and all that sweet. Some boys from Brooklyn produced that beat. We did that at Puffy Studio, Daddy's house.
Right.
With Biggie the night. The beat was already done. We came in there. Easy Mo B was the engineer because he was over in the other room, in the Neve room, working on Tupac album. I mean, working on Biggie stuff. For that one where he said, "I'm going back to Cali." Remember that?
Yeah, Life After Death.
He was doing. Easy Mo B was doing the production part, the lyrics and the music. Tupac, but nobody was. Biggie wasn't on none of that stuff yet. He was just producing the beats, and me and Rob were over there listening. And Rob was like, "Yo, we got to get together." And then we went over into the other room, and that's when Biggie and C's and all them were in there. And he asked Rob, "Do he smoke?" Rob was like, "No." And so they threw on some beats, and Rob was like, "I like that one right there." And you could actually, it was only people there. It was me and June Brown. Puffy's bodyguards, a dude named Tone, Hassan, and a guy named Paul. Those three, because they picked me up. And I knew Paul. I knew Uncle Paulie before. Before that,
Yeah, before the Bad Boy situation.
Yeah, exactly. And so, because Rob ain't trust a motherfucker back then. I mean, he was straight Chicago. Like, if it ain't Chicago, I don't, And so I had to assure him that, we straight. Because we did everything in-house. This is one of our first time going to somebody else's studio. And of course, we're in New York. You know what I'm saying? But we got there, and we did this song. We did this song, and we got to Rob one in that motherfucker. And he always do. He just go and he caught the flow, and he writes at the mic, and I keep a little dictaphone with me because sometimes he'll get a song on his mind. He'll be in the studio writing a song, and another song will pop on his brain, and so he won't forget it. He'll wave me in there. I have to give him a dictaphone so he can go in the corner, sing to the dictaphone, put that idea in the dictaphone, and then go back to the other song he was doing. That's what you should do, about 3, 4, 5 songs a night. Yeah. Yeah, so, but yeah, I don't even know what the hell you just asked me, Dana. I'm just ranting right now, just memories, organic
Hold
memories.
on, Sherm, what you think?
We have to change the people around us.
Facts.
You can't, and his song, you can't fly with one wing. And if you got people around you who are sabotaging you, either intentionally or just through their lack of professionalism, it slows you down. It
Right.
prevents progress. It prevents you from going as fast as you can, as high as you can. So, get my number from Dana. You get off here because I want to ask you something off record, or not on the internet.
Okay.
But you have to start with a good team. That's where everything starts. You're only as good as the people you surround yourself with.
Mhm.
And if he doesn't have people, and he has to pay them, you have to, it costs to have good people around you, but it's cheaper than not having good people around you. All of this is a result of who he had around him. All of this was preventable. All of this could have been managed better. But he didn't have thinkers. He didn't have smart people around him. He didn't have people that could problem solve. And, he should have been negotiating with Tim Savage, negotiating with Angelo. You talk things out. If these people have an issue, you work with them on that issue. And that's where your team comes in and says, I know you want to do this, but this is what's best in this situation. So you need somebody that is going to be strong enough to stand up to Robert, because Robert is very strong and very dominant in his personality. And they have to move in the best interest of the brand, because it is about saving the brand.
So I'm gonna ask this question to both of y'all because I know both of y'all already dealt with this person. What do y'all think about Phases turning on Rob now?
I'm not
Yeah.
First, I want to piggyback off what Sharon said.
Okay.
She's 100% correct about the right team around him. So when I first came to Robert in '94, and like I said, I know how this thing goes. I've been around, people who, that've been in this business that you wouldn't even know they quietly have more money in the bank than the bank. I mean, and you wouldn't even know it. And I know their accountants, I know their lawyers, and the team that they have around them, and they're that good, and they can focus on their art and not have to worry about it because they got a team around them. When I first came to Robert in '94, the team was fucked up from the beginning. You had Daryl, the fuck, and the only reason why Rob got saved from Daryl in the beginning because it was Barry Hankerson there checking Daryl. Barry was the business and Daryl was the money part. Okay. People got to understand that Daryl was never by himself. He wasn't Rob's business manager by himself. Rob was a client of a company called Winkler, Abelson, and McDavid. That was the name of the accounting firm. So, you had Bill Abelson and
cut the check. Wow.
So it was three of them. It wasn't just Daryl. That was the name of the company. And that's where my check came from. My check came from Robert's company called Base Productions, and everything was handled by Winkler and McDavid and Abelson. So a lot of those guys that were around, or people that was around, I know you talk about the disparagement and pay or whatever, but Robert had, when we finished with the team that we wound up with, everybody around Robert that was in a professional position were tenured. They worked with the biggest stars. Like even Jerry Margolis, his attorney, like his attorney, people know he worked for a firm in LA called Manette Phelps and Phillips. They represent the Rolling Stones and people like that. They were actually Jerry's client, Jerry Margolis' client. The Rolling Stones were. So when you have your team around you like that, that's when Rob, I think at one point from around 96 to 2001 or right before he fired Barry, right after he fired Barry, Rob was at the pinnacle of his career, meaning so far as business-wise. His money was being done right. His business was being handled, and it was all because of the team that got put in place around him. So from '94 to '97, the weeding out Demetrius, we got him. We cut that fucking cancer out, motherfucker. I knew the first day he was stealing because when I went to go get my per diem from him, per diems are done in cash on Sundays, and I go in and I'm like, the dude was like, yeah, so he's taking cash and he's paying me per diem, which is cool. And I was like, you don't get nobody, do I have to sign for anything? He's like, nah. And I'm like, right up to date, that was a red flag for me.
Right,
so,
right.
Secondly, it was a red flag for me because I've done in my career, I've probably done about 50 or 60 tours. Now, tours are, musical tours back in the day, they lasted for 4 and 5 and 6 months. Now you get a tour, you're lucky if they go out for an 8 to 12 week run, if that. Yeah. So every tour that I've been out on had a tour accountant. That's who you got paid to. You didn't get paid through the road manager. The road manager might give you your per diem, but so far as your paycheck and all that handling the money and stuff like that. So that was a red flag for me because that's the first time I've been in that situation where you got a road manager dealing with all of the money and the finances and stuff like that. They deal with it to a certain extent, but then they report to the accountant. They have somebody they report to, and that wasn't in place. There was no accountant out on the road. Right. That was the first flag. So when we bring in the Cheryl Cobbs and the Al Lewises, and you bring me in and you bring the Chucks and the security companies in, the right security, the right tour coordinators like Jeff Sharp and people like that. Robert's whole tour life, his music life, everybody, it just becomes a lot better. And like I said, from that period to that period, Rob was at the pinnacle. But then when Barry got fired, a lot of things started getting exposed. Like, why was Robert never executive produced on any of the records that he had put out to Jive Records? If you look on every record, Rob, it doesn't say. You know what the executive producer is? Yeah. Barry Hankerson.
Yeah, it should be Brian. Yeah, we'll say Brian Hankerson on there.
It was Barry Hankerson, and it wasn't Robert. You know what an executive producer is, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So Robert. First of all, he wrote and I was there for the R. Kelly album, the R album, Chocolate Factory, TP2.com. I sat in the studio every night. I was there for every keystroke. I was there for every edit. I was there for everything. He wrote, played every instrument, when I say played every instrument, if he didn't know how to play a woodwind instrument, he would have Ian put it in the form of an app, and he would play it on the keyboard through the piano. Right. Or he would just bring in like a guitar player or a bass player or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And I watched him write, arrange the music or whatever, and I watched Ian, Andy, and Abel. I watched them mix it. Rob didn't go out to these big mixers like Dexter Simmons and Bernie Grungeman and all of the guys, the industry, who Teddy Riley and all them people use to mix their stuff. You know what I'm saying? Mm. Or mix or to master their stuff. It was all done in house, and that's why he has that distinct sound, that distinct. You know what I'm saying? Like the basses. Listen to Leah's album. You hear those basses and stuff and all that stuff, man. The guys in. So the dream team was the dream team. But right after that, like I said, after Barry left, and then things started getting exposed, and then I started noticing things about Daryl. And right after that, when Robert got in, when he got in trouble, when they came and got him in 2004, I had a talk with Robert, and because the lady at I think you know about this, Dana. The lady at the office, Rebecca Abelson, mm-hmm. Bill Abelson's wife, who was Daryl's partner, and Winkler, McDavid, and Abelson. Mm-hmm. Rebecca worked she was an accountant too, but she worked at the firm. And one of the, R. Kelly was just one of the accounts. I mean, they had Sinbad, they had everybody in the music business. People don't even know. Accounting firm out of Chicago had most of the people, back in the day, it was another accountant named Bert Padell. I'm quite sure you heard of him. All the rappers went to him, like Biggie and all of them. They even rapped about him in some of his songs. Anyway, Rebecca would send me stuff for Robert to sign because she knew that Robert couldn't read. And she trusted me. She didn't trust Daryl because she knew that she was doing something janky behind her husband's back, his business, supposed to be his business partner. So she would send me all the documents. I would read them to Robert and explain to him what they was. We would do that on the bus every morning. And he said, and then that's when Robert started trusting me to be involved in his personal business a little bit like that, because I didn't, and I was even being told, Kip, get out there, don't get involved in that, just do his security, do his day to day, be with him. And I'm like, why? They said because it's just it don't mix. And so one time I received a check. The check for like $900 and something thousand. It's from BMI, from the publishing company. Yeah. And so Daryl and Winkler and McDavid, they get a certain percentage. Like managers get a certain percentage, and I think the percentage was 10%. And everybody know that 10% of $900,000 is around 90,000, right?
Right.
So there was another check in the same FedEx envelope for Rob to sign because, anything that he was giving out, he had to have his signature. Right. So I looked at the check and I looked at it, and the check said $145,000. And I looked down in the memo field. It was like percentage for the BMI. What they call royalties, right?
Right.
It was a royalty check. So of course they get their percentage. And I looked, and the first thing alarmed me. I was like, wait a minute, $925,000 is the BMI check that he has to sign, but their check is for $145,000. I said, that's not 10% of $900,000. This should, you know what I'm saying? That should be $90,000. Right? Yeah. So I said, Rob, this don't. I said, I'm looking at this. This don't look right. And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, you know your percentage with them. They get 10% of, that's their percentage of you being their client. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, yeah, I know that 10%. I said, yeah. I said, but here's a royalty check for $925,000, and here's their percentage check, that the check that they want you to sign against that $925. They're going to deduct it from the $925 once they deposit it, and then they're going to deposit their $145 check. I said, $145 is not 10% of $900,000.
So that's
and right there,
that's 23 1/3.
Man, look, let me tell you something. Hey, bro, right there, Rob looked at me and said, get Jerry Margolis on the phone. I got Jerry on the phone, and that night in Orlando, Florida, I shit you not, we had Jerry Margolis, Daryl, and who was his name? The dude from Jive Records, Barry Weiss, the president of Jive Records, Barry Weiss.
Mm-hmm.
Barry Weiss, I'm trying to think of that other lady. He made all of them take private planes. I don't give a fuck how y'all get here. Fly commercial, do whatever the fuck y'all do. Everybody got to be here tonight. I'm firing every motherfucker. Man, the whole team was there tonight. It was a big blow up. So Daryl, they find out that Daryl, he was the one that did it. Rebecca said he was crying and saying that it was a mistake and it was just an oversight and all that, or whatever the case may be. So anyway, Daryl wanted to find out how the fuck did Robert find this out. And when he found out, I was the one that exposed it. That's when he went on his rant with me, went on a mission to have me fired, have me terminated, have me not be around Rob, and have people keep stuff from me. And that's when the conspiracy thing. So I told Robert, I said, look, I don't give a fuck about none of this shit. If I walk from you, I walk into another job. I'm going to continue to work in this business, which I have it up until this day, Dana.
Mm-hmm.
You know some of my clients, so mm-hmm. I don't give a fuck. And I wasn't like, oh, R. Kelly, this month. Nah, fuck that. I leave you, I go, I'm still going to eat. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about no job. I wasn't worried about that. So I just told him, I said, bro, I came out and told him, I said, to be honest with you, do I think Daryl was stealing from you? Yes. Do I think he was stealing from you for years? Yes. Was it my business to come tell you? No. But when it got put on my plate and put in my face, now I'm obligated to come tell you. Right. And which I did, and I exposed it. And from that point moving forward, him and Daryl have forever had problems. And why do you think Daryl when Daryl got charged, why do you think Daryl didn't get no time?
Oh, I already know.
Why do you think Daryl didn't get no time? He cooperated with the folks.
Of course. And then trying to back. Oh, shit,
I
can't say nothing.
And now. Nobody, remember, now, Dana, you do know this. And I'm not just saying this for you to vet me. Before Robert got locked up, you know that me and Robert get ready to link back up.
Right. And you the one that went and got his money for him and was getting his money. And they said, hell no.
I hired a forensic accountant in Washington, D.C. I'm not going to name the firm because I don't want to bring that want to bring that out the light. Right. The forensic accountant, we subpoenaed all of the records. There was another lady working at the office. I forgot her name. Shit. Rock know her name. I can't think of it. But anyway, they came and they subpoenaed all of it. I'm trying to think of her name. Shit. This was right before she worked for Daryl. She didn't work for Winkler and McDavid. Because Daryl left them and started.
What's the name you say, Sharon?
Camille?
No, that wasn't her. I know the name. I'm trying to think of her name. But anyway, we subpoenaed all of the financial records, man. And then we did the same thing with Jive, and we did the same thing with BMI. And that's when Rob discovered that he didn't own any of his music.
Wow.
He didn't own none of his publishing or nothing. He didn't own anything. And then Sony, and between Sony and that got fucking Jive and all the what's it called, we looked up and we did a forensic accounting. So there's a governing body in the music industry called the RIAA. I don't know if anybody heard of it before.
Yeah,
it's called the Recording Industry Association of America.
Yep.
They're the people that certify whether you go platinum, gold, or diamond, or anything like that. They keep the accounting on what you sell and selling record sales. Okay, so back then, at the time, do you know Robert Kelly was the 33rd top selling artist of music in the world? The top 100 on the RIAA list. It may have changed now because of the streaming and whatever. I don't know how that works. But back then when they were hard sales, meaning when somebody actually goes into a mom and pop shop, a Best Buy type situation, or Target, or wherever you bought your favorite music at before, and they purchase a tape or CD, there's something on the back called a barcode, right? And it's called they scan it. It goes into a system called BBS, SoundScan. Yeah. SoundScan reports to RIAA. They keep accounting of all of that. So back in the day, Dana, you used to walk in. You go into Best Buy, and on Tuesday when they release new music, DVDs and music. When you bought a CD, CDs were like about $15 back in the day.
$15.99.
Yeah, and tapes were like, if you bought a cassette tape, it was like $12.
Yep.
Those were hard sales. I ain't talking about all this new shit, the streaming or whatever. Like, they're talking about Will Smith's son got 1 billion streams. Okay, that 1 billion streams is not like, that's people pointing and clicking. That's not people physically getting in their cars or having they got to travel to a mom and pop store, a brick and mortar to purchase your music. So those sales back then were different than they are now. So he was the 33rd selling top artist. The number one selling artist on that list right now today is, I think is Pink Floyd, the Rolling Stones, and Michael Jackson. So that's 1, 2, and 3, right?
Yeah.
Rob is number 33. Luther Vandross is down there. You get these prominent back, Whitney Houston, all of them, they weren't even ahead of Robert. Like after these mega stars, Mariah Carey and all of them, nobody sold more music. It's called not U.S. sales, but it's called ROW. It's called Rest of the World, meaning that sales outside of the United States, ROW sales. Digital sales or electronic sales or radio royalties and things of that nature. I mean, so it's like we went and we dug all this up. Dana, you know the number that we came up with, right?
What, 100,
the number that we,
114 billion, right?
No. It was to the tune of, he should have earned financially in his pocket, he should have earned from everything, even the trapped in the closet stuff, all the way up to then. He should have earned close to it was like about 700. They competed about $780 million.
Wow.
And you know who was going to be named first in the lawsuit?
Gerald McDavid.
Gerald McDavid, Clive Calder, Barry Weiss, Jive Records, BMI, all the motherfuckers. And then it's like, I'm not a conspiracy theory and never have been, but it makes me think now. Remember when Michael Jackson was going after Sony? He wanted to own his masters, then he dies. Prince did the same thing, then he dies. Rob get ready to go after them, he gets charged and locked up and gave him 30 fucking years. It's like, we know we can't kill you, but we're gonna make you die in jail.
Yeah.
Because if he do all 30, you know what I'm saying, that life, that 30 years they gave him is consumable to a life sentence.
Life sentence, yeah.
At his age.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm like, it makes you think. I mean, like I said, I'm by no way a conspiracy theorist, but you know, it just make you think.
Now, what year did you do that forensic audit?
When did he go away? When did he go away, Dana?
18.
29. Remember?
18.
2018 Israel?
Yeah.
So 20.
No, 19. 19. It was July.
2019. That's right. Israel 20. Yeah, right.
And y'all started that January of 2019.
Right. Exactly. I remember that because you were on the phone. I think when you was talking that time, Dana, we were talking on the phone. I was telling you everything. We had new music already come. We had everything. We had everything like that. And I was on my way to Chicago, whatnot.
Yep.
So you left in 2004, then you came back?
Yep. I came back in 2019 because it was somebody reached out to me and said, Robert is trying to get in touch with you. So I was like, okay. I said, Rob got my number. I said, this number that I got right now, that number that you got, Dana, in your phone, this number been the same since 2001.
Probably longer than that.
Yeah. I'm like saying to myself, like, my number haven't changed. And I said, yeah. I said, tell him to call me. So about 3 o'clock in the morning, one time I'm laying there and the phone rang. I said, "Who the fuck is this?" I picked up the phone. It was a 3. What's the Chicago shit? 321 or 31? Not 312, but the other number. It's another number in Chicago. 708 and something.
773 708.
Yeah, something like that or whatever. I knew it was Chicago when I looked at the area.
But a nigga probably said, "Yeah, kid, what's up, man? How you doing, man?"
And he's like, "What's up, nigga?" And I was like, "Yo," I said, "What's up, bro?" He said, "Man, why you go this long without talking to me?" I said, "Man, so much shit is going on, bro." I said, "You know, my thing is, I love you from afar. I mean, I pray for you. You need prayer warriors right now. You don't need motherfuckers calling you and being all on the internet and all that bullshit." So anyway, we talked or whatever. He told me, he laid it out for me what's going on with him. I laid it out what I thought, everything that I ever wanted to tell him in the past. I didn't want to mix with me. You know, there was a conflict of interest. You know, me doing his head of security and working for him as an employee, a professional employee, and then in his ear and in his business. Yeah. You know, that shit is messy to me. So I kept thinking to myself, you know what I'm saying? What I did was I laid that out, and then he said, "Okay, I need you to come to Chicago." I said, "Man," and so I got on the cat, started investigating. I started doing what I do, calling my contacts. I had alliances built up. We was gonna do this shit. And a lot of people want to get on board because they want to fuck Sony and Jive. They were like, "Man, fuck them motherfuckers." Yeah, they stole. Let me tell what I know. Janet Kleinbaum, that's her fucking name, at Jive Records. dirty ass. She knew fucking they were stealing from Rob and didn't say shit to him and smiling, grinning at his fucking face.
And she probably was getting a kickback from it.
I don't know, I don't care, but they said that Clive Calder, the man that owned Jive, they said that I think he sold his interest in Jive, and I think they gave him like $2 billion, and they said he moved to the Cayman Islands. That's where he is right now to this day, Clive Calder.
Wow.
Yeah, so anyway, but like I was saying, back to what I was saying is that we were getting ready to get all this shit. We were ready to get his shit back together and get everything going on, and then next thing you know, I'm ready to go to Chicago, and my mother's like, "Yo, a good friend of mine. I'm not gonna say his name because he's aligned with one of the top artists in the country and the world.
Right.
And shout out to my brother. He just won a Grammy. You know what I'm saying, for some shit that he did with that artist.
Right.
Anyway, he called me and was like, "Yo," he's like, "You heard what happened to dude just now?" And I'm like, "Nah." They was like, "Yo, they just swarmed down on him." I was like, "Get the fuck out of here." I said, "Bro, I'm literally going to Chicago Wednesday to be with him." He said, "No, you're not. You're not going to be with him." I said, "That motherfucker, they just got him." And that's what derailed all of that shit. And that's what.
And that's when you called me that night, like, "Yo, is this real?"
I called Dana and told him. And I've only been on 3 platforms. I've been on Dana's platform. I went on what's that lady named Phases?
Mm.
And the only reason why I went on her platform, because once again she was highly recommended and vetted and all this stuff, and I was like, okay, I'll do it just on the strength, right? And then I done Prima Donna's platform, and Sister's spouse. Shout out to Prima. She is on it. All these other fake people out here, y'all need to back up off my motherfucking sister. She 10 toes down, and she been from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? And when all the smoke clears, she she gonna get her flowers one day. But Prima that's my girl. That's sis right there. And I'm not just saying that to be biased or anything, but she just,
Well, I'm gonna tell you now.
Most of her facts, when she speaks out of her mouth, when people sit in these blogs and talk or whatever, and I look at them and I know they fucking lying. I be like, I never fucking saw you, or fucking never knew you. And see, people gotta understand too. I knew the payrolls. I knew what everybody was getting paid. I knew everybody's government name, and I'm the motherfucker that got all the fucking NDAs signed. Jerry Margolis, we was doing NDAs back in the fucking 90s. Nobody even fucking knew what they was. So if I want to really blow it up, baby girl, they used to call it Drea. She signed a fucking NDA her goddamn self before she became Mrs. Because she's forgetting I was at her fucking when she got married. I was there when she got married. I was a witness when she got married in Denver, Colorado.
Right.
Get the fuck out of here. Listen, and there was something else about like Steve. Everybody was messing with Sparkle. You know what I'm saying? But Rob and Steve Huff really fucking fell out over a girl named Strings. If anybody know if anybody know who Strings is, Strings was this dope ass artist. I mean, female artist, right? That Rob had signed. But of course, Rob started boning it. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't no secret or whatever. And so that was like his little shorty or whatever. And he was ready to blow her the fuck. Strings was great. She was out of here and didn't even know it. She fucked around and started fucking with Steve Huff. And I never forget the day I really exposed it, because Rob came to me and was like, "Man, this bitch on some bullshit." I was like, "If you put me on it, I'm gonna find out whether she on some bullshit or not." And sure enough, all I did was follow her one day. And what I did was, before then, let me tell you what happened. I started putting her at a different hotel. And I started paying a doorman to tell me who was coming and who was going. Right? So about 2-3 days, nothing, no joy. Meaning she was cool. We got to Boston. And we stayed at this place called The Beacon. The Beacon, there was a boutique hotel, but the shit was like a 5-star. I mean, like, that's where dignitaries stayed and shit. The Beacon Hotel. The Beacon on 13th Street. I'll never forget it. And I had her staying down the street somewhere at another hotel. Rob was like, I'm calling this bitch phone. I can't find it. I said, stay right here. I'm going to go down there. I go down to the hotel. I'm just sitting in the lobby. Guess who walked through the lobby?
Steve
Huff.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I ain't saying nothing. I ain't call Rob or tell him or nothing, because Rob would have came there and they're trying to fight. You know what I'm saying? So stayed down there, stayed in the hotel. Knew what room she was in, because I booked her room. I made sure I booked her rooms. Went up to the room, knocked on the door. They wouldn't answer the door. I said, Strings, answer the door, because I got a key to the door. You're not going to let myself in. I'm not going to do that. So they opened the door, and Steve was in there, and I was like, yo. He was like, yo, I guess this it or whatever. I said, I guess it is. You know, I said, it is what it is. I said, I don't give a fuck what y'all doing. I'm not, ain't none of my business, but, you know, I work for dudes. I'm going to just tell her, I can't have you around here if you fucking his girl, and I know it, and I'm bodyguarding him, saving, you know, protecting his life. Nigga, do you know what? Nah. Because they were like trying to not proposition me not to tell, but it was like, he's like, I guess it is. So when I went back and told Rob, that's when Rob snapped, and that's when he fired Steve. And that's when Steve started working with, he left, and Steve Huff is an amazing person. Steve's an amazing artist. And me and him, we never had no beef or nothing. I respect him 100%, his grind. Everything he did when he went out with Avant and worked with Avant and all the other artists. Steve was working and contributed to some of your favorite R&B artists. That music on that album and stuff he done wrote for people, he's great. And I'm going to give him his props and his flowers. It ain't nothing to do about this bullshit I'm talking about or whatever. So get that straight. You know, I love Steve. That's my dude. If I seen him to this day, it's still all love. I'm just telling you, you know, the story that everybody know that was the fallout. So far as that Sparkle chick, last time I seen her, I was in Chicago. I was bodyguarding Jennifer Hudson. Well, her mom, it was the murder trial for her mother, because, you know, her mom got murdered by the sister's boyfriend. And I did the security for her through that, and our team did the security for her through that entire murder trial, which lasted a couple of weeks. And I was in the Gold Coast, and I was in a restaurant, and I was coming out, and I seen Sparkle and her dude. You know what I'm saying? And we like, hey, how you doing? Or whatever the case may be. Same thing with her. Got respect for her. Was there when she sang background. She sang all the backgrounds on the album. Did you know that?
Yeah, I knew that. But somebody else jumped out here by the name of Javante Cunningham saying that she was singing backup for Aaliyah. And I said, no, you wasn't.
Can I tell you something? No, she wasn't. You know who did all the motherfucking backgrounds on that album?
It was
one person.
It was
fucking Sparkle.
Right, it was Sparkle, and then Rob came in and did some overdubs.
Yeah, Rob did all the overdubs. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can hear him. You can clearly hear him on the album in the background. Yeah, especially that song "One Nation Under a Groove."
Yeah,
keeping it smooth with a jet. He wanted to have somebody else come, but he went in and did it. You know how he changed his voice and shit. Even when he sang with Michael Jackson, "You Are Not Alone."
Mm-hmm.
That's Rob singing background. And I was there that day. We were in the studio. It was just me, Michael Jackson, Demetrius, June Brown, and what's Michael Jackson's bodyguard name? Anthony Davis, Marcus. The guy, ABM Marcus. Mm-hmm. They were Michael's bodyguard. Yeah, I mean, like, who was the girl talking about? She was in the studio and Rob wrote that song for her or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
That's Sparkle's. That's Sparkle protege.
I was laughing at this shit, saying this shit is ridiculous. Sharon, you know how Sharon, you be sitting there, you know who came and who went. You be like, motherfucker, I never seen you. I never seen you in my life before. I never seen your name written down before. Yeah, I'm like saying to myself,
like when Lisa Van Allen said she was living at the house. I'm like, I was in the house. I never saw you there.
Exactly. Like, you know, the only time that Lisa Van Allen was with us 24/7.
Don't tell that story, Kip. That's my story.
What? No. I'm talking about down in when we lived in Orlando. She was in Orlando with us.
That's when she disappeared and went with Mike Tyson.
I don't know what the fuck she was doing. I ain't gonna fuck what she was doing. That ain't none of my business. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's more like a June Brown thing. June could talk about her most. I wouldn't. I don't give a fuck about that. I never dealt with that shit.
For
You know, so
Jaguar.
anyway. Oh, that's her name. Who is Love You Unconditional 777? Who is that?
That's one of me and Prima followers.
That Martinez, that's her motherfucking name. That I'm like, who the fuck? I was laughing. I was throwing my guts up when she said that he wrote that song for her, and she said,
"But you are not alone."
Man, you know, at the studio, there was one person, the engineer, Peter Mokran. Peter Mokran was the engineer on that. Peter Mokran was there. Marcus was there.
Marcus Divine
was there. Marcus is the bodyguard.
You're talking about Mark. Okay. From
Big Marcus, big dark skin Marcus, from LA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anthony Davis, who is AD and Associates, he's the big motherfucking bodyguard. I did the first Lollapalooza with him in '91. This guy's an industry legend.
Yo,
you know what I'm saying? He had the Janet Jackson, he had the whole family.
When I first
contract for the whole family. These motherfuckers talk about whatchamacallit. But anyway, back to that story real quick. Only person was there was June, me, Marcus, Peter Mokran, Robert, and Michael Jackson. Wasn't no homies around, wasn't no girls around, wasn't nothing. And what we had to do, we went to the Disney store and we got all these Disney characters and put all the shit up on the soundboard to try to make it like a, you know,
a theme,
atmosphere, whatever for Michael, you know. I remember he came in, he was on the phone with his vocal coach, and he was doing all this like crazy, making all these crazy weird ass noises and shit. And I remember looking at June, and me and June was laughing and shit, but that was him warming up or doing whatever he needed to do. But Michael's real mild, mellow, you know what I'm saying, real cool. And Michael he wasn't like that. I love to thank everybody. That's what Michael talked like. He talked like a real nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Jackson cuss
like a
Michael
sailor.
Jackson eat McDonald's. Yeah, now, this motherfucker was how they got him. That he eating seaweed and drinking milk and shit like that. Man, this motherfucker ate food. The fuck out of here. Listen, I remember I had another occasion to. I was a buddy of mine named Dexter Simmons. Dexter is one of the biggest engineers in the business. You know, I heard a producer named Rodney Jerkins.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Rodney Jerkins.
Talking about Dog Child.
Yeah, Dog Child. Rodney Jerkins was produced. Him and Teddy Riley did a lot of stuff on Michael's last album. The album, called Blood on the Dance Floor.
I never heard that album, but I never heard that album.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that was his last one. Yeah.
So and they did that. They were at Marvin Gaye's old studio up on Sunset. That's where they were doing it at. And Rodney was there, and Dexter was there. Dexter was not the mix engineer; he was the recording engineer. So he was there for the everyday. Normally, the mix engineer is sometimes not even there. They just send him the record, and he mixes it, and he sends it back. And the artist will look at it and listen to it and say, make this edit, make that edit. They might talk to you over the phone, but a lot of times mix engineers aren't with the artist. They just send it to them, they mix it, and they send it back. When you're a recording engineer, you're there for the entire process.
Right.
So Dexter was the recording engineer. And Dexter called me, was in LA, invited me over to the studio. And I remember Michael had just left, and Dexter was telling me this wild, crazy ass story about Michael, how he was saying that they were in the studio and he was looking up at they were watching TV or whatever, and Michael seen this girl on the TV, and he's like, oh, she's beautiful, man, she's fine, or whatever. And he called his assistant over, whispered in his assistant's ear, and Dexter was telling me, he said, Kip, do you know the next day that girl walked in the studio? I said, what the fuck? He's like, yo, Michael liked bitches. Michael didn't. You think he liked little? Got people thinking that he liked little kids and all this shit. And he's a weirdo when it comes to that. No, Michael liked girls. He liked women. Trust me.
Yeah.
You know, so you don't know that if you're in the inside. It's just like Sharon. You at the house. You know what I'm saying? You know whether or not Rob like motherfucking baked beans or pinto beans. You know what you understand what I'm saying? You know what he like, what he drink, what he don't. That's like me. I've been around him so long. He'd be like. He's like, yo, only certain people know what my coffee is. He goes to McDonald's to get a large black coffee, 3 cream, 7 sugar. He used to get a sandwich from Subway, fixed the same way, and it had to be heated because they couldn't eat that cold on his teeth.
Man,
You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, it's just certain stuff intricacies that if you with these.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
man, Rob.
I mean, like,
man, Rob got me eating egg whites and shit, and I ain't never think I like them joints, but them joints be banging,
I
yo.
That nigga eating egg whites in Orlando, Florida. We used to have egg whites and oatmeal every morning. You see that picture on TPG.com when that nigga took his shirt off?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You know who did his diet?
No.
Me, nigga.
Man,
I don't try to take no credit for that. I had him eating the right things, his nutrition and everything. When you work out like that, get cut up like that. So we had a trainer. His name was Sandy. Sandy was from LA. Sandy was training to the stars. I'm talking about Barbara Streisand and all that. Sandy knew all these people because Sandy was a porn star back in the 70s. And he parlayed that after his porn career in the 70s. He parlayed that into personal training, and because of the circles that he ran in LA, he had some of the biggest clients, and in Hollywood. And so we knew about saying somebody turned us on to Sandy, and Sandy came to Orlando, Florida, and he lived with us, and we trained. And when it's time to do that photo shoot, and Rob took that motherfucking shirt off, he was cut up.
Right.
I don't even know what was. That is not Photoshop. That's all him, bro. That's all him. I mean, and like the diet. I mean, everything. The times that we ate, the calories. High protein, low carbohydrate, when to carb, all kinds of stuff, man. We had it down to a science.
So
So
is that where he got them crazy snake diet shit from?
No, I don't know about no snake diet or none of that crazy shit. Listen, anything
that's what he was doing lately.
2004, I don't know what the fuck Rob doing. I just know in 2004 when I left him alone, and in 2018, towards 2018, going into 19, when I linked back up with him again. That's I don't account for anything past 2004. The only thing I watched it from afar. I did in 2007. I came to see him. He came to Baltimore, and I came to see him. I think it was, what's it called? Step in the Name of Love, that song or whatever, when he had that big song, that tour. The Step in the Name of Love tour, I guess. I went to go visit him, and then I came to see him again with Best of Both Worlds. The night in Baltimore when him and they really, really got into it. There was a guy named Shakia.
Yep.
He worked for Def Jam. Shakia killed himself. I think he committed suicide. Yeah, he did. Shakia committed suicide.
Shakia Stewart.
Shakia Stewart?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Shakia
his
Stewart.
name. Yes, sir. You know him, Dana.
Of course.
That's him. That night out, it was me. It was me,
Talent
my
gone.
wife, and one of my wife's friends that I brought to the show. And we were standing on the side, and I remember Shakia coming to me and said, "Yo, can I borrow you for a minute?" I was like, "What's up?"
That sound like him too. Can I borrow you?
Yeah. And I was like, I said, "Yeah, what's up?" He was like, "Yo, man, you gotta go out here and get your man." And I was like, "Huh?" So I told my wife stay ready. So I went out to the back where the buses be at, and man, Rob was going crazy out that motherfucker. So when I came around the bus, I had to tell him, I said, "Man, what the fuck is wrong with you?" Like that, right? To get his attention. And he looked at me, and when he seen it with me, he like, nigga, I got the wolves with me now. He turned up 10 times more. So I had to calm him down, and it was all over that bullshit. Because right after the Baltimore show, they canceled the rest of the tour.
Right. It was that shit.
Work on it right.
Yeah, it was that shit with Tata. Right. With that May shit.
But that didn't happen to New York. But what they did is the night after Baltimore, they went to Ohio and stayed in Ohio to get the show right. The lights or whatever he was bitching about. Jay was like, very gracious, is that let this nigga have his way. So they got everything right. So the first show was back in Baltimore. Back in New York at Madison Square Garden. They had 4 sold out shows, Sharon, at fucking Madison Square Garden. And that first night, matter of fact, I was out on tour with somebody else, your favorite female R&B artist. You know what I'm talking about, Dana.
Mm-hmm.
I was out with her, and they called me. It's like, yo, Tata just maced Rob at the hospital. I was like, what the fuck? And that goes back to what Sharon was saying, people that you have around him.
That would have never happened.
Big John ran to the back to rob him. Man, I seen a gun. Somebody got a gun out there. And that's what sparked all of that shit. That's the real truth behind why Rob didn't want to go out there. And the show was delayed for 20 minutes. And then when the police came and checked everybody, and they came up to Rob and said, okay, everybody good over on that right-hand side where they said they seen the gun. And by that time, Jay-Z was pissed, right? So when we went to go out to they were going out to start the show, that's when Rob was walking up the ramp with Chuck and them. And that's when Chuck was them at the bottom of the ramp and Rob was on the ramp. And they said that's when Tata and them were standing waiting for him at the top of the ramp, and they just fucked. That's when it happened. And that was the whole story behind that.
I'd have slammed Tata dead on his neck.
That boy named Justin Timberlake. I'm just like, okay. Meaches, I remember, said he never saw her. I'm just reading some of the comments.
Yeah.
I'm off the clock. What up, Team and the Dream Team family? Okay. Yeah, well, anyway, but it's like Sharon said, it's who you have around you, right, Sharon?
And Robert has such enormous talent. We started this talking about Teddy Robbins because Teddy and I discussing some things for Rob's next project.
Oh, okay. I just came in at the tail end when I logged on, and I didn't hear none of that prior to what y'all was talking about.
Yeah, because some stuff was going on in Rob's camp. Mm-hmm. Teddy brought it to my attention because I brought Teddy around back in 21, I think, for him to help Robert. And I brought Kanye around because Rob needed help. So because of the people Rob has around him, those things didn't materialize. And in this case, this was going to be great. Teddy announced it on his Instagram. He talked to Rob several times. I told him go see Rob because it was stuff that they needed to talk about in person. And, I can't that's why I wanted your number. I'll talk to you behind the scenes about it. Mm-hmm. But I don't want to put that out in the public because Bo Brinley asked me not to.
No, ain't nobody doing that.
Right.
So, but it fell apart because of Rob's side. So Teddy issued a statement today because he's on this book tour. So the Los Angeles Times said, is he willing to risk his career to do music with R. Kelly? That was his title.
What?
Matter of fact, I'm about to put it.
He's always going negative, bro. What the? They said that?
But I'm about to put it on the screen.
What's his career? Let me tell you something. Teddy, I can say this for my own self, as a fan and as somebody that's been around him before. Teddy's legacy is cemented in the music industry, so there's no risking nothing.
Yeah,
his legacy is already sealed, signed, and delivered in the music industry. We know that. So what would he have to risk? I mean, if he wanted to work with him, he wanted to work with him. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like Robert got arrested. He got charged with a crime, and he got proven guilty in a court of law, and there's ramifications behind that in the legal system. Now, we all know that there was a defense that took place. They just didn't side with the defense. His defense didn't hold up in court. I mean, like, the things that he's charged with, is he really guilty of those things that he's charged with?
Right.
But he was convicted of them. A jury of his peers, they convicted him of them based on the evidence and the facts that were brought forth, in testimony in court. And the defense didn't, the defense, I don't think did a good job. I don't think they did a good job at all.
They didn't have good lawyers.
No.
The lawyers weren't paid because they couldn't hire experts. And you had people working with prosecutors to tamper with witnesses.
Yeah.
All kinds of... They did everything in their power, legally and illegally, to guarantee Robert was going to stay in there. And the thing is, everybody broke the law before Robert ever stepped foot inside the courtroom. So he never had a legal trial. He never had a legal process. And that's why I put together, based on all the work that I did, I put together a 100-page dossier and I sent that to President Trump. Bo Brindley also did a recent refiling of motions to try to get him a new trial based on the stuff that I gave him. And also, Robert's cellmate said prosecutors had him stealing Rob's mail, giving it to them so they had an advantage in the New York trial. And then he had attempts on his life at Butner. So there was so much corruption, damn near 100% corruption in this case.
Yes, it was.
Well, you see what Rashona said, right? Well, you see what Rashona said? And Rashona said they made me testify against him or they was going to lock her parents up. And they end up killing one of her parents.
Yeah, Greg died. Same thing with Leah. You know, Leah's father passed away too, Michael Hart.
Yeah.
Michael died. Michael passed away. But I was there for all that shit. I mean, like, I remember I first seen Rashona in the studio, but her dad was there. I mean, like, I didn't think anything of this shit. I mean, like, when you see uncles and dads and aunties around, like, you don't be thinking about nothing, you know. And then I don't know. I just know that I can rebut. I was there for that whole shit, and I just can rebut some of the things that she's saying. I mean, I'm not trying to victim bash or whatever her whatever she's going through or whatever the case may be. I'm not trying to come against that, but I mean, I saw things and I was there as well. And a lot of things don't line up with what she's saying. I'm like, I don't understand that because I was right there and I didn't see that. But then again, on the flip side, like not the prosecutor, but the people, and when I was there, being interviewed, they were saying that a lot of things they knew I didn't know because I was a person in position of power with Robert, and people like him, they hide things from people like me that's around them because they know that people like me will interject and intercede to try to stop that. And I was like, I ain't trying to hear that bullshit. Y'all trying to bait me. I'm not Christopher Collins. But like I said, like going back to what I said is like everything that they never even asked me about Rashona, and they didn't ask me much about. They asked me a little tiny couple things about Leah, but they asked me, did I know Shona? And I said, yeah, I've seen her before. I remember the young lady, her dad used to play. He was a session musician and played the instruments. And he was at the studio. And she's like, oh, they were like, oh, okay, but they didn't go into any depth. They didn't ask me any in-depth questions about her, which was kind of shocked me. Remember I told you, Dana, they showed me a bunch of pictures and stuff like that. And you were one of the pictures that they showed me. They were showing me, and I was like, yes, I know that person. I've seen that person. I know who that is. No, I don't know that person. There's a lot of people that I didn't know. I'd never seen in my life before. But there were some people that, I mean, there's a couple people that I historically knew back from 94, you know, and I mean, like, so, I don't know, man. It's like, I just agree with Sharon. There's a lot of janky shit that went on, janky everything, and I just think that Rob trusts too many people, all these different lawyers and all these different people just around him, these new motherfuckers like the one dude that drove the truck that got locked. What was his name? He was driving the bus. Yeah, that dude. Right? Remember that clown tried to get into it with me before Dana? I never seen this guy before. What's the other guy named Will Eady? Remember him? And all these people that were coming like, bro, who the fuck are you? I never fucking seen. The only people that I knew that was around Rob that was day one was Tory, and Tory got killed in a car accident back in the day, around 94, 95. Tory, Honey, Dave, Johnny, who was everybody knows Demetrius, Johnny, a couple of it, Larry, the boy Carl, the dude, big time dude out of Chicago. What's his name? Carl Harris or whatever.
Bobby.
Yeah, Carl. Couple folks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And a couple guys from the South Side, 69th and King. You know where he grew up with.
Mm-hmm.
It was a couple, and these like his core dude. Rob didn't mess with a whole bunch of people. It was a mystique about him. When he lived at that house, it was because
he had guys that came to the studio. He had guys that he played basketball with.
It was a different set. Yeah, like we go to hoops. We go to hoops, or what's it called? Moody Bible College, or Moody Bible. I mean, Brian McKnight and Jaleel White would be Ergel. They'd be shooting basketball with us, but then we go to hoops. There'd be some GDs from the South, from Inglewood shooting ball with these, and they knew Rob. Or some niggas from the Hundreds. We played basketball with them. We used to run at that. It was a YMCA. I think it was over on 60 something King, somewhere over there on that side. Yeah, on Stony. Yeah, we would go there and play, but it'd be a whole different group of guys there, and I'd be like, damn, Rob cool with these niggas. He know these niggas, but the niggas wasn't. It was like he had different sets of people, Sharon. Like certain niggas did this,
and most of them were not allowed in his home. So
we're not.
We're not. People that were close to Rob.
Yeah. Listen, Killer and Bruce didn't even come to that house.
Right. Yeah.
Killer. Only time I seen Killer at that house was when Rob gave a party. One time Rob gave a party and Killer was there. And Killer was acting stupid. And him and Rob was ready to get into it. And I was like, Killer, man, please don't. It ain't, Killer was just like his own brothers. Lord have mercy. I don't even want to get into that. That's another whole story.
Right.
But like I said, all these new people, I'm like, who are you? I never seen your name. And you notice they only talk about stuff from a certain time period up to now, up to this to present day.
I think
they can never go back like when he lived at the house on the north side before he moved out to Olympia Fields.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They can't tell you nothing. They can't go back because they weren't around. They just weren't around. And I'm gonna tell you, because me and my wife sat back and we looked at it. From 2000 to 1999, going into 2000, all the way up to 2004. I pretty much didn't leave his side. I never left his side. I lived, and we lived where we live, and we moved how we moved, and we did a tour. One huge tour was so successful. That was the TP2.com tour. Rob made about close to $40 million on that tour. That tour was sold out. We would go back to the same mark. We would sell out Baltimore, or Detroit, and then 2 weeks later, we're doing a break, and the promoter called and said, "Man, we want to do another show. Go back to Detroit again, sell that bitch out again, and go back a third time." That's how successful that tour was.
Yeah.
Wow.
So during that time, that I know I really, because I left in '94. From '94 to 2004, I tenured with him, but in '96, I jumped off and bought a guy named Roger that did Rob Security. We bought him in. And I went out with that little young girl named Brett. Brett had just broke, remember? With that song called Funkified?
Right.
Oh, right. Yeah, I bodyguarded Brett from the beginning of her career. Then I left again and went out with a couple other different artists. And then I think it was about '98. He was like, "Bro, you can't keep rolling out. I don't know who these niggas is you send in here." And I told her, I want my same person that I've been had. If not, we gotta look for somebody else. If he can't do it, then let me know. And that's when I locked in with him. That's when I locked in.
So Kip, and before they came and got Rob, right? Hold on, man. But I said, and before they came and got Rob, because I gotta know the story behind this, because Rob was like, ask Kip, I ain't gonna tell you. Man, Rob was talking about me beefing on the internet, right? And he said, yo, I ain't gonna tell you that Kip said that you be beating the air up. Yo, you'll fight anybody on the internet and in person.
Yeah, I told him, I
I said,
nigga,
what?
That nigga fight a pig. That nigga fight like a pig over here. He don't give a fuck. And Rob was like, yeah, he's like, he said, see, that's what I need. I need somebody like that at my back. That's why I fuck with him like that. That's why he fuck with Prima like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He know who out here that got his back. He know who genuinely got his back. Who don't. You know what I'm saying? Who's that? J-Rock 8701.
Yeah, he said,
yeah,
wait,
40
what?
million.
40 million?
40 million. Yeah, back in that, hey, nigga, that was back in 2000. That's probably about 80 million now. But not 80 million, because you know that what's that fucking white ass company, Live Nation?
Uh-huh.
They got everything fucking sold up now. They got these. That's why I be so mad at these black artists, man. These white motherfuckers, man. All we gotta do. It was a black tour promoter named Leonard Rowe. You know, you ever heard of him before? Dan?
Yeah.
He's from Alabama, country boy. Do you know who had Michael Jackson's last tour? The tour called "This Is It" before he died.
It was him.
Leonard Rowe.
Yeah, it was him.
You hear me, Sharon? Yeah.
But you know, Leonard, you used to mess with Sylvia Rome too. You know that, right?
They were best friends. Live Nation couldn't stand Leonard Rowe, right? They tried to backdoor him. That's why they backdoor all these black promoters. So what they'll do, they'll get a show like a Beyonce, a client like that, and then they'll sell it for 10 times more than what it really is to a promoter, a black promoter. Because then the white promoter won't buy it because they know ain't no money in it because it's owned already. These motherfuckers. That's why the Black Promoters Association sued Live Nation for trying to have like a monopoly. And it just fucks me up that all these new artists, black artists, the first thing they do, they sign their life away to Live Nation when they can really do it themselves.
Right.
Right. It's two promoters that really started this shit. Well, his name is Jeff Sharp. He owned a company called Stage Right Productions, right out of here, Baltimore, Maryland. Him and his partner named Dick Klautzman. But Dick Klautzman is the guy that sort of like was the first promoter that took Martin Lawrence out all over the world. But Jeff Sharp and Dick Klautzman were tour. Essentially, they were first tour for the Jackson 5.
Jeff Sharp first tour
for the Jackson 5. Jeff Sharp, yeah. That's how long he been in the business. And then after he finished with the Jacksons, guess who he got? The client, Prince.
Because I thought
so
I thought he started just with Prince. But you telling me he had the Jacksons too?
No, Jackson 5. When Michael was little Michael, yeah.
Wow.
Dick Klautzman and Jeff Sharp. That company was started right in Hunt Valley, Maryland. Stage Right Productions. Yep.
Wow.
And that's who a lot of the tours that I worked for, Jeff was on those tours. Yeah. But yeah, man, it's like Jeff was Rob's promoter at one time. And Daryl and Barry broke off, and they want to be able to, not Barry, but Daryl wanted to break away from Jeff because Daryl couldn't steal.
Man. That's sad. That's sad.
Book Rob for an after party after the show for $50,000, and then take 30 and say Rob, take 40 and say Rob, they only giving us 10,000. See shit like that.
That's not even enough for a walkthrough with Rob.
Hey, bro, let me tell you something. And then just imagine this. Can you imagine doing that 5 times a week? Right. That's $250,000. That
wow.
You taking 40,000 from him every night, and then you giving him 50,000. That 50,000 at the end of 50,000 at the end of the week, and they make it like it seems like it's something, huh?
And then you taking everything.
Yeah, he charge 50, keep the 40, and give Rob 10. Yeah, there's shit like that, man.
And then the thing I don't see, but I can't talk about that just yet because I don't want to create no confusion.
I like who's little TT Smooth. What's up, little TT Smooth? I just try to show your people a little bit of respect, Dana, because I don't want to be in here just running my mouth. And I'm sorry, Sharon, if I came in and just blabbing and just talking.
No, your stories are great, and I think that's what his fans want to hear, you know?
Yeah. Rob is a good guy, man. All that nigga did was go to the studio, wake up, play basketball, go to the mall, go back to the studio.
And talk shit.
Work out and talk shit and snap and play dozens on each other and the whole time. If you want to see him, you have to fly in. I picked plenty of people up at that Orlando airport. You wouldn't believe it.
Oh.
Who I picked up, the people that I picked up at that airport. Your fucking mouth would drop to the floor.
Oh, and by the way,
like
Kip,
I said,
as me and Dre always said, don't leave your food around Robert and go to the bathroom. The shit will come back altered.
But you got to call truce on your food. You have to truce on my food or truce on my sleep. Truce on my food, truce on my sleep. If you go to sleep, you're going to get a 12-inch piece of toilet paper stuck up in your nose and your ear. Or your soda might taste like straight vinegar or salt or whatever. Yeah, he used to play them jokes with that food.
Yo, boy, he got Johnny good. Yo, he put hot sauce, vinegar, and hot water in his Coke. I said, ooh. Like,
Yeah, you can leave it around. Hey, big bro, damn. Yeah, let me see. I got many more. I got plenty stories to tell. Oh my God, I got a billion stories to tell. Yeah. I can tell you the first time Rob met Tupac. It was in L.A. And I'll never forget that shit. At that show at the Greek Theater, do you know it was Aaron Hall, Louis Burrell, who's MC Hammer's brother, MC Hammer, Bobby Brown, Tupac. Did I say Tupac already?
Yeah, you said Tupac. You said when he first met him.
All of us and backstage were like in his dressing room or whatever. All them people's in it with him. That's when he was opening. Listen, Salt and Pepper was so hot at that time. They were at the height of their career.
Oh yeah, they was
that tour. So hold on. Rob would come out, fucking kill that shit. You hear me? And then Jeff started noticing that after Rob got off, people was leaving. They didn't want to see Salt and Pepper.
That's because Rob did that bullshit.
Then he went from opening for Salt and Pepper, then
to closing the show.
And he went to the girls first. He did go to the girls and said, "Do y'all got a problem with this?" He said, "It's not me." They were like, "No, you co-headlining with us anyway." They didn't really give a shit. The girls were just worried about getting their money and doing the shows. They weren't worried about that. And I remember Pepper's little daughter, Corinne. She was a little tiny little baby back then. You know what I'm saying? And Gavin, shout out to Gavin. This is a nigga that's held her down since day one, bro. I'm telling you, it ain't nothing like a good man to stand behind his woman in that industry. That's why I talk about my brother Rock. You know what I'm saying? With Tasha from Escape. You know, despite what they go through, whatever, he's been holding sis down since day one, since the day they got together, man. Yeah. And you know, niggas need to do that. When you know you got women that's in the spotlight and they the star, you know, play your role, be the man. You still the man. You the man of your head of your household, but you know, you support your woman and your wife or your girl and whatever she doing. You know, hold her down. And there's two niggas in the industry, man, that's still holding their women down. The nigga Gavin and my brother Rock. You know what I'm saying?
So I got a question, kid.
What's that?
That same show that you talking about, right? That's the show he came out in that goddamn space capsule. Who put that show together like that?
It was a guy. I know you might probably heard of this guy before. This guy's one of the best creative directors and not stage manager. He's like a creative, artistic, whatchamacall. Actually, his last client that I remember him working for was Beyonce. He put Beyonce's stage show together. His name is Frank Gaddison.
Yo.
Frank is from L.A. And
that goddamn show when he came out in the space capsule and he was talking to himself through the fucking memory board. I was like, what type of freak shit is this?
I'm gonna tell you what the craziest shit was. Remember back in the day when they had them cars called Toyota Land Cruiser?
Yeah.
Rob went to the engineers of Toyota and had them do a stretch Land Cruiser, like a long stretched out.
Right.
You know how these do limousines
Right.
back in the day?
For the XL and the L's.
But he had a Land Cruiser done like that. And when that shit came out on stage, motherfuckers was going crazy. I think that's like some of the craziest shit he ever did. But back then, he was a prankster, man. But he was definitely a fucking musical genius, bro. I'm gonna tell you, I know. And I sat there and I just thank God that I had a front row seat of that.
Yeah.
I've watched him write one of the greatest hits that of our time. Like, you know, so far as the song being a legacy. I Believe I Can Fly. We were in the hotel lobby, and him and Percy Baby, you know, Ray Beatty's brother,
right?
Percy was his music director. And Percy, they from the gospel world. I'm talking about Kim Burrell. Percy did Kim Burrell's first album with a bunch of other producers. Any of the biggest names in gospel, Percy's done it. Won Grammys, the whole 9 yards. People don't know that Percy Beatty was Rob's musical director, and they were messing around on the piano, and then they went to the Hit Factory, and next you know, Rob wrote I Believe I Can Fly. He wrote that motherfucker in about 5 minutes.
Wow. And another thing that people don't know about that Salt and Pepper tour is when Rob's set was over, he did this show called Come to Rob. And the weird part was everybody was like, what is that? And he said, if you 17 and under, stay where you at. If you 18 and over, meet me in the corner. Man, the show was over after that.
Yeah. Free out, Kelly.
And that's after he did his whole set. And I never forget it. But that capsule killed me. Because when he came out, it was like, yo, and it's like, and if you had front row seats, you was in trouble because your ears was bleeding that day. Because the bass would drop. Oh my God, bro. Like, it's just so much I can say.
Yeah, he did the best. And shout out to like these artists like Chris Brown and all that. Chris Brown is probably one of the best entertainers of our time. And he don't get his flowers like they give Usher. You know what I'm saying? A shout out to Usher as well. But nobody does it like Bro.
Right.
Bro, let me tell you something. And Bro give it to your ass. You hear what I'm saying? The same way you hear it on the record is the same way you're going to hear it live in concert.
Yep.
Right. I mean, like, it's crazy now that you're saying that, Sharon. I remember, I'm telling how old I've been around this shit. I remember when Baby Girl, who's Drea, China, I remember when all of them got hired as background dancers.
That's when she was competing
when they
for everything.
got hired, bro.
Yep.
Huh?
That's when she was competing with everybody.
I remember when they got hired, bro. I've been with them since day one. I've been with them since day one. Oh, another thing. In 2012, I think it was, or 2011, Rob had a show called the Double Up Tour, or an album called Double Up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I went over to D.C. to see him, and they tried to get me to go back out with him then. But I was like, bro, I'm done with this shit. I can't. I'm not doing this no more or whatever. And I said, talk to my wife. My wife was like, don't get involved in this shit. I'm too much shit going on, too many shady people around him. And when Daryl heard that they were trying to bring me back, Daryl called Jeff Sharp. He called everybody. He's like, man, don't let him come around, Rob. He trying to sabotage me and all this. And I was like, man, I'm not dealing with that drama. So I just left it to go and didn't talk to him again until 2018, going into 2019. That's when I decided to help him out. Yeah. Man. I just keep thinking what would have been if I was able to help him and get the right people around him and the right lawyers and the right... Because, you know, the person that really know everything other than myself, he's dead now and he can't tell it, is Rob's lawyer, Jerry Margolis.
Yep.
People don't understand that Rob confided in one person, one man. Right. And he confided in Jerry Margolis. He trusted Jerry Margolis. And he told Jerry everything. And Jerry trusted me. And Jerry even imparted some things on me that I didn't know about. He knew Daryl was stealing. He knew Demetrius. He knew everything about every motherfucker around Rob. And people are going to be shocked to hear this, that Rob even knew. But he was just waiting, biding his time to get away from these people. But, he just, I don't know why he wouldn't cut ties with these people. I'm not
about that off of the internet. Because right now, that's preventing some real stuff from happening.
Exactly. Yeah, but even like that, some of them, remember they were doing that surviving thing, Dana, and I told you producers contacted me and wanted me to be on the show, and the twins, what's their name, Lindsay and
the
Jen?
Olsen twins, Jen and Lindsay.
Yeah, I'm like, why did you give these people my phone number, bro? The lady called me. I think her name was Sudi or something like that. And they were
Sudi almost died.
Me. I don't know. And then I forgot the other lady's name. But they were like, yeah. So they were like, we'll bring you out here. We're going to do it. I'm like, y'all ain't bringing, first of all, you're not bringing me nowhere because I'm not agreeing to do anything. Then the next phone call, I said, well, we found some money and they want to offer you some money. And I was like, what? I said, yeah, I'm laughing at y'all. I said, not that I would take any money. I said, but you know how many times Vlad called me and that number kept going up and up. I'm not doing it, bro. But the Dre, P.A. Dre, one of Rob's friends, he went on Vlad. They take this money, they take that money, Sharon. I'm surprised ain't nobody reached out to you, Sharon, to come on their platform.
Yeah, they said Sharon was on Surviving R. Kelly in the Silhouette.
That's fucked up, yo. Why you say don't Dana, don't say that, bro. Because the internet will believe you. Don't even put that out there.
No, I'm saying that's what people were saying because they was like, she ain't for R. Kelly. She was in the Silhouette. I was like, come on, bro. Really?
Just mixed up. But the reason Dre and Rick did that is because I talked into it. If you remember, the first thing they did was Meek at Night. And I knew Dre from Rob's house. I didn't, Rob, well, I'm not even going to put all that out there. So I got in touch with Dre, and I told him, because I saw they were about to go in a negative direction, and that's what they were gearing it up for. So we talked behind the scenes, and I explained some things to them. They explained some things to me. And I said, just talk about Drea and Sparkle and what you saw. And by then, I had already done my interview. And I said what I saw between Drea and Sparkle. But Dre had so much more.
Dre was there. Dre, no. Whatever Dre say, I'm telling you, if Dre say something, it's going to be the truth. Because Dre is a day one, and Dre been there. Yeah. That's his name, P.A. Dre.
And so he really helped debunk Drea and debunk Sparkle. Because what I had was good. And with us, I did mine. They did theirs right after mine. And then the public had both of those to say, oh, the wife is lying and Sparkle was lying. Because they were the two holding that up. When you have a wife saying this stuff, it could have never fallen apart without me speaking from inside the house and Dre speaking from the tour bus. And us saying, no, she didn't tell the truth. These are some things she left out. Then it started, people stopped wanting to give interviews to her. And that's what you had to do, debunk what they were saying. And it's the same with Rashana. All I do is point out your inconsistencies and your lies. I don't say it happened or it didn't happen because I wasn't there. I can't speak to that. But what I can say is, you said this, now you're saying this. You said this, now you changed your story. This timeline doesn't add up. This doesn't add up. And I can point that out and build a picture of your inconsistency.
Hey, Sharon and Kip. Lily said, with my CSG brother, being as big as he is, how were certain people allowed to get as close as they did to him?
Nobody got Rob allowed around him who he wanted to let around him. Nobody can overthrow that or interject themselves in that.
Yeah. He's a grown man, and who Rob wants around, he's going to have around.
Exactly. And until they prove otherwise themselves, or you find out about, because a lot of guys that come around, I couldn't say that about, man, this nigga, he on bullshit, bro. I don't think he should be around.
Right.
What I would do is let them expose themselves, because you pretty much know who genuine and who ain't.
Right.
You know?
And you have to realize a lot of times Rob has his own agenda. So he may know this person is X, Y, and Z, but he wants something out of that person, whatever it is. And it's going to differ from person to person, like with Levi. He knew damn well Levi wasn't his cousin.
Yeah. He knew that Henry Love wasn't his uncle. Henry Love. Man, listen.
But there was something
Lord have mercy, I'm about to die.
He could get out of that, you know.
Okay.
And so he utilizes the situation until he realizes, yeah, I can't get shit out of this. And you won't hear from him again.
Right.
And that's how it was. That's why he don't talk to fake cousin no more. Because, you know, we've run the course on this.
Chris Brown, the person from I'm sorry, Sharon. I was just reading some of the comments.
Oh, you shouldn't speak to the lawyer neither, Sharon. God damn, because she was the lawyer.
Show your chat some love, Dana, because they've been around. She like, I don't want to talk over them for their comments.
Yeah, man.
Little TT Smith, she's still here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's right. That's facts. Prima Donna, Prima's still here. What up, sis?
Prima ain't going nowhere. Shameless plug.
Don't get me started with the fake ass cousin.
Oh shit. See, Sharon always getting shit started, and then Sharon will disappear. See, here we go.
Right.
Here we go. Listen, shameless plug. Prima Donna pastries. Fuck the stores. Go order from Prima Donna. But
I'm up this way.
Huh?
Prima, you got to send me some of that shit.
Listen. Kip or nobody else, Prima, can get my Cookie Monster stuff. But they can get everything else, but except for the Cookie Monster. Yo, that Cookie Monster's off the chain, bro.
I'm just reading some of it. I you know I don't do this, but I'm just trying to show the chat back.
Right, because I don't know when the next time you gonna be on here.
Say they related.
Nigga, you ain't gonna be on here. Back to if a roach crawl by his cell and say they related, then they his relative. Oh shit. Y'all are crazy.
Rob said that because I kept saying, you know, these roaches, and he was like, if a roach call himself my cousin and he holding up a sign saying free R. Kelly, then that roach is my cousin. You know, he be coming up with them saying.
Stop by to show you some love. Okay. Lord TT says she stopped by to show you some love. Yeah.
Okay, that's what's up.
Yo, but that
TT Smooth. Is that Tiff? Is that Tiffany? Is that you? Is that your name, Lil TT Smooth? Because I can't see the picture.
Nah, I think Tiff. I think Tiff got another name. Cause she asked about you on Shank Rock page.
Oh, okay.
But
Alrighty.
It's like when you're around Rob, man, it's like you know some things what to do and what not to do. And like my crazy ass for the 4th of July when I wore them Star Spangled Banner pants, Rob said, yo, don't do that shit no more. I said, what? Yo, don't do that shit no more. I'm like, what are you talking about? And everybody got the crack. And I was like, all right. So then Rob had that like that little purple velvet suit on and them glasses.
Right.
And I told Rob, but I said, Rob, you best not try and crack on me looking like one of them broke ass Temptations. My nigga got mad as shit. And they was like, what? I ain't no damn Temptation.
I was like, man, come on.
Who's the EJ?
He said, I did
Brown,
wonder
3 billion?
what Kip been up to.
Man,
Chilling?
just tell him just working, chilling, and working and chilling. I'm still in the industry. I still do stuff, but I'm sure limited because of this, like you said, Sharon, with this internet. I'm real limited to what I say and who I'm working for, or whatever. You know. I don't want to get out. Yeah, I want to. Yeah, because they'll try to attach certain stuff, and the next thing you know, the person I'm working for, they'll be like, "Yeah, I'm not doing that."
Yeah.
My name is. Is it Tyler T Smooth? Okay. All right, Tyler.
And a lot of us got fake accounts. They pretend like they're for R. Kelly, they put questions in, but they really work for the opposition.
Well, I'm glad you said that. Because see, I'm green to that. I don't even know stuff like that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even think. Yeah.
Unless you see the person that you like, Dana and I have been around here. But Dana knows what I don't care. I usually call and ask, who is this? Who is this?
Yeah.
Hey, so I don't mean to jump off topic, whatever. But what's going on with that lady Phases? What's going on around there?
She against Rob, and she got a whole new page, and she's something Black Link magazine,
And she got 40 viewers, so she's a non-factor.
And
I looked at her stuff. She got
you know what hurt
ignorant
me?
as shit. You ignorant.
I'll tell you what hurt me about her. Man, she came so highly recommended, and so I mean, like, it got to the point where my brother, one of my brothers, he worked for the NBA, but he's head of security for the Houston Rockets. But he said he's retired now. I even got like her and her husband and her kids tickets right on the floor to go to the show. I've had Grammy Award winning. Remember the Grammy Award winning producer I talked about? She did work for one of the top artists in the country, in the world. I had him. He was gonna go on her show and do an interview. I had all these people lined up for her just to help her platform out. I'm talking about these people I'm talking about to this day. My bro just won a Grammy this last Grammys. Wow. So this ain't something that happened years ago. I'm talking about these recent people. And I told her the only thing about it is a Chicago thing. That my bro don't rock with this one nigga who you gonna get ready to interview.
Right.
And she's like, oh no, man. So she put the fake nigga up anyway.
Right.
And that she did an interview with that nigga, and he wanted to plug his book and all this shit or whatever. And so my bro was like, bro, I can't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. He wound up not doing what to say? Dana Sharon and Kip. She's been herself, and she said to Dana on the live about bringing up Joe Clef. Yeah, exactly. You're right, EJ.
What?
Yup. It says Phases definitely surprised me having her for a year. Remember when Kip was on Famous? They said Dana Sharon, and he's saying Dana Sharon and Kip. Phases. He's saying Phases has been against Kel, and she said to Dana on the live about bringing Joe up on the platform. No, he jealous of Kel. Yeah.
Oh wow. Y'all talking about something I forgot about.
Yeah, I know.
But this is, R. Kelly is an international superstar. Everybody loves his music, and people are going to react emotionally to the stories. So, the people that don't know Robert, all they have are these stories. And if they've been touched or somebody else in their family has been touched, that speaks to them. And so they're going to resonate with these stories, even though it sounds like a lie. It is a lie. It's a lot of BS. For them, nobody can imagine that, these females throw themselves at an artist. We've been around this. So we know what people will do just to get close to a star, just to being a star's life, there's no end to what they'll do. And Kip, you've really seen it with them coming to the hotels and trying to get into the concert and willing to do anything and anyone to get close to the artist. So we know what fame and stardom and celebrity does to people. The average person, that's not their reality. So if somebody tells a story, they're prone to agree with it. And I think phases phased out pretty early on because she started believing the female stories. And I think once he got convicted in New York, people saw, I'm not going to be able to ride that gravy train, so let me go on the other side. And I think that's really what it was.
Nah, but here's the thing though. Phases played the whole 50 with everybody. And then when she got into the joint, when she started trying to set people up, I'm like, come on, yo, really? Because I was hearing about it all day, but I was like, nah, man, I'm not gonna believe this. And then it's like, and before the live when she, her and the mother folks tried to set me and Kip to fight each other, she was asking me all day, like, if Kip said something but it made you mad, would you go against him? And I'm like, why aren't you asking me this shit? Like, no, that's my brother, man. I'm like, nah. So then when that happened, I was like, oh, you behind this shit. And then Kevin Terrell was like, I can show you that she behind it. And this and this. And I was like, yo, that shit hurt though, because it's a lie. So then I said, you know what? I know how to fix a lie. I had my brother just watch. And then when Larry put it out there, what it was, Kip was like, I can't believe this shit. And then from there, it was on and popping, and everybody else was like, oh no, fuck Kip, this and this and that. Nah, man, but don't say fuck Kip now because he know the truth. It's fuck y'all.
At the end of the day, these people are irrelevant. If you're not doing work and you're not going to help Rob, to me, you're irrelevant. I don't need to listen to people and their opinions who are not trying to get something done.
Right.
If you love this man so much, if you care about him, there's things you can actively be doing every single day to help him. Otherwise, you're of no use to me. So somebody turning on their damn phone and just covering the story, how are you helping? If you truly believe, just hashtag free R. Kelly isn't doing anything. What work have you got done over the past 7 years? What have you gotten accomplished? How are you moving the dial for this man? So if you're not doing that, like people like Faces, I don't pay them attention.
Right.
Because you're not contributing anything. You're irrelevant to me. And I'm not going to waste my time looking at it. I don't want to know what you think. You're not smart. You don't do your homework. You don't research anything. So you don't even have an intelligent point of view.
Right.
I'm not interested in that. Now, most people I don't listen to. I just, because I'm about getting something done, getting stuff accomplished. And sitting on the internet is not going to do that.
At all.
At all. Well, I think this is good. We got a lot of good information. Kip, my number from Dana is call me because
Kip. Matter of fact, Kip said he had an emergency, so he had to jump off because he on the road. Yeah, he on the road.
Oh.
So I'm gonna send him your number and everything.
Yeah, and text me his because I want to. What you and I were talking about before we started this.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah, definitely. And we gotta have more of these, man. You gotta have more of these because that's what this is about. Spreading the news, not there's no big eyes and no little U's. Like everybody that's for Rob just need to come together and make one big voice. Like it's supposed to have been from day one.
Yeah. So, good night, everybody. This was great. Keep supporting.
Definitely. Thank you, Sharon.
Okay, bye.
All right. Sharon Wimbush, everybody. Kip had an emergency. He had to jump off. But Lord have mercy. Have mercy. Have mercy. Ugh. I plan on doing more lives like this. You know what I mean? Last night I really crashed out a little bit. And I got to listen to a lot of JoJo's live from last night, that the 6 hour live. I got to listen to it. And I listened to a lot of what was said and what was not being said. And you know what? This is what I'm going to say. I'm going to try my best. I'm not going to say I'm not going to do nothing. I'm not going to say I'm not going to defend myself. I'm going to try my best to really not entertain folks no more. Because what happens is they'll say something about me, and then I'll entertain it, and then they'll go cry victim, and then all of a sudden I become the bad person. So, like the young lady that was on there last night talking about some crazy stuff about, Dana J took the African guy's story, so I've stopped listening to him. Here's my thing. I didn't take nobody's story. I told my story. It's not my fault that y'all drunk the Kool-Aid of the people who didn't like me, that know the truth. I'm not in the business anymore of making y'all know the truth. I don't care no more. So at the end of the day, like I said to people that was around me, I want that lady to stay far away from me as possible. I don't hate her. I don't feel no kind of way, because I really couldn't make out who it was. But if that's how she feel about me now, continue feeling like that. At the end of the day, I don't have no malice in my heart. I'm not beefing with the lady. She said what she said, and she have that right to feel the way she feel. But her feelings are not applicable. Because what Rob did for me, he didn't do for African John. What Rob did for African John, he ain't do for me. The only similar stories is that he put us both through school. But he might have gave African John a little more. But he might have did a couple little more things for African John. He might have did a couple of more things for me. I don't sit back and think about stuff like that. And you know what I think about? How in the hell can we free this man? What can we say to get people to listen, to change the narrative about this man? If that's not what you on, then hell with you. I'm going to say this. Even with JoJo. If JoJo decide, like, look, me and Dana going to talk about some shit and we going to hash it out and it be for real this time, I'm down for it. Because I'm not even going to go back and forth. You know what I mean? Because now it's getting to the point where history is starting to repeat itself. And I don't like lightning in a bottle, and I never let history repeat itself when it comes to me. So now I'm getting 2019 treatment again. Oh, Dana said this. Let's send this to this group of people. Let's send this to a group of people. And the only difference is back then, I was very leery and worried about what the inner circle thought about me. Fast forward 2026, I don't give a fuck what the inner circle think about me. Because the inner circle ain't going through what I went through. So with that being said, I'm cool. My connections with folks is my connections. What I won't do again is make it possible for people to meet certain people just so they can stab me in my back again. Hell with you. And I'm carrying it that way. And I said it once and I said it again.
Dana J was cool with everybody until he went live and said, you know what? I ain't opening that door for nobody to go meet Rob again. Then I became against Rob. I became the hated. I became the bad guy. Same thing with Donald Trump. He was loved by everybody until he came down the escalators and said, I'm running for president. Then he became a racist. So I'm cool with it. Because at the end of the day, the people that rock with me, rock with me. Hold on. You're live on the Dana J Show. How can I help you, caller?
Who want to fight me?
Oh, shit. Oh, Lord. And see how the devil work?
Who want to fight me?
Man.
What's up, everybody? What's up, Dana?
What up, Skylight?
Shout out to the Dream Team. You let Sharon get out of there. Sharon, I got a question for you. She done got out of there before I can ask a question.
Uh-oh. Sharon probably watching. I'm going to tell you that now. Sharon probably still watching.
Well, I'm going to say this, Sharon. I need to play your videos, man. You agreed to let me play the other ones. I ain't going to chop and screw. I'm going to follow the rules you gave me, but I need to share that information on my channel.
Yeah, go ahead and play it.
I mean, I just like to clear stuff. I don't like to, I'm not really good with YouTube and all that, but
yeah, because I'm about to re-release a lot of my old videos too.
Yeah, you need to. You need to let them rip. Because this was a great one you did tonight. That's why I was like, let me tell him, good job. You know what upsets me?
What?
Because the stuff that came out tonight.
What came out tonight?
I'm just saying the stuff like Kip.
Oh, okay.
We haven't heard Kip talk that long ever.
Nah, Kip don't talk like that.
He talked about them traveling, stuff he did with R. Kelly. See, stuff like that makes Kels human. You see what I'm saying? They see the human side of him. So I'm so upset that, that stuff like that couldn't come out earlier, but I do understand because, you know what I'm saying, when the feds come in, you know what I'm saying, you get low. But it's just, it's just good for people to hear stuff like that, to hear. Think about it. He met Michael Jackson. Like, that's just not nothing to breeze over.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You was in the studio with Mike. Like, that's the real MJ right there. Like, come on, man.
But
that's monumental. Been saying what Kels did and how he was making the music,
But see, here's the crazy part. For a lot of that stuff that Kip came out and reiterated, and I'm glad he did. I was saying, and people saying, "Oh, Dana, you don't know this and this and this," and now Kip is saying it. Now everybody gonna be like, "Oh my God!" And the whole thing about it is, instead of giving people their flowers and saying that you were wrong and admitting some stuff, they'd rather run with the lie. And I don't understand that. Like, because if I'm wrong about something, I'm gonna go live and I'm gonna clear you the same way I destroyed you. I ain't going behind the scenes like, yo, let's talk, yo. Man, fuck that. No, you cleared me the same way you destroyed me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's why I say what I say, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, did I want to come out and really attack JoJo yesterday? No. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Now look, that's my guy too.
Now listen.
Okay.
Listen, I really didn't want to attack JoJo yesterday, right? But y'all know I got like a little demon side that when I get attacked for nothing.
What is the problem with y'all? First, second, and third. What is the problem with y'all? I don't even know what the problem is.
Listen, I don't even know what the problem is. And the only thing I know is that when it first started, right, it was like he was like trying to joan on me or something. And I didn't know the dude. So I was like, shit, I don't got nothing on this ugly motherfucker. So I said, just talking about it. Listen, but I'm not gonna put you in it. But I'm not gonna put you in it. Right.
Okay.
But I'm saying, just talking about his looks ain't gonna do shit. So I said, I gotta figure something out. So then when I seen the picture of him and Tyson, getting up Tyson driving the car, I was like, oh oh, bingo, got it. And I seen the certain pictures, so I went on the picture. And then he came back at me, I went back at him, and then it died down. And then from that point, hold on. Hold on. Hey, Sharon.
Yeah, tell her she can share the video.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you tell her. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Now, because Sharon called and she wanted to talk to you.
Oh, okay.
Is she on the phone?
Yeah, you can share the videos. I heard you. Oh, you did? Okay, thanks, Sharon.
I told you Sharon was watching.
Okay. Sharon's making sure we don't be like, yeah, that lady need to go. How you doing, Sharon? I'm good. How are you? You good? I'm good. I have one question because I think your father is from Chicago, correct? Yeah, all my family. I'm from there. That's why I was like, is Sharon from Chicago? That's why I was like, yeah, Sharon, is she also from Chicago? Okay, I was wondering. Yeah, born and raised. Okay, cool. That's good to know. Yeah, we never knew that. I was always wondering that. Okay. Yeah, and I lived out there until I moved to California in 2006, I think. Yeah. Okay. So, Chicago all day. That's good. It's good to know that. Yeah. And I'm glad you still, I love it when you do your videos, because even you spill some stuff that we didn't know. That's why I was like, let me send her a reply like, ooh. I said, you telling it now, because we ain't know none of that. You said the girl was going upstairs. Yeah, what I think is great is that we have different perspectives. You know, like I have my perspective from inside the house. Dre had his perspective from touring. Kip has his perspective from doing security. Everybody has a different perspective. Even the guys that play basketball with Rob, they have their perspective. So you put all that together and you can build a collage of his movement, his behavior, things like that. And all of that helps not just his fans, but it helps debunk a lot of the lies that are being said about him. And you're right, Kip talking tonight humanized Rob. And it was very good because you got to hear, especially, you know, when Aaliyah died. We never heard that story. Ever. That was great too. That was beautiful. You know, yes. Tragic, but you know, we now know how he responded. Of course we knew it was break him, but for him to be right there and describe it in detail, it takes you on that journey. And just all the other stuff that he was saying, which was really good. So, all right, I'm going to bed.
You ain't going no
Have
bed.
a good night.
And Sharon going to go watch the rest of the live. She's going to sit back and say, I'm going to take notes about this. I'm going to take notes about that.
I can go to bed, but you know. Okay. We ain't going to say nothing too dirty. Yeah, this was a great live. This was for the history. Great live.
Appreciate it.
Okay. So we didn't even look. One more thing. We didn't even know if you and Kip was gonna get along. I was like, oh Lord, are they about to? No, I don't have an issue with Kip. I've never had an issue with Kip. Yeah. Cause I mean, we didn't know. You know, cause we like, well, it's sad and that's sad. So, yeah. Okay. Well, good night. Have a good night. Okay. Bye, guys. Okay. All right. Bye bye.
Yeah, Scott Life. So what I was saying was, what the hell? Why Scott Life hang up? Hold on. How's she gonna ask me a question and then hang up on me? Then gonna send me to the answer machine. Look. She ain't right. Look at this. She ain't right. See? I told you she ain't right, and she gonna ask me a question and then hang up. See, she ain't right. Hey, Skylife.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay.
So the thing,
I wanted to respond to the people in the chat. I think it was Lily saying, "Hey, crazy lady, Lily." They started it. Hey, y'all. Hey, everybody saying hello to me. Shout out to everybody in the chat. But Lily, they started it, okay? And that wasn't on me. They started it.
That was so what I was saying is that, and you know, the back and forth between JoJo and myself, it died down. And then he attacked me for Angie. So then I didn't know that they was cool. So shit, I attacked back. And it's been like that for a while. And then it's like it died down. But I even went on his channel and everything seemed like it was cool. Or I guess it was getting cool. But then it's like, yo done turned again. And I'm just like, and then I see
I'm gonna see if I can have a conversation because I really don't understand.
Scott, like, wait. And then I seen who he was aligned with. I like, nah, man, I can't fuck with dude no more. You know what I mean? I can't do that shit. So it's like last night I responded to some shit that he did when he jumped on Angie Live, started calling me a bunch of bitches and all that shit. I'm like, dude, but I haven't even said them about you, but now you about to get this real work. And I still ain't go as hard as I could. So it's like,
let me
Skylife, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish. So then it was like, I'm all these pork butts and shit. And I'm like, yo, that's some gay ass shit. So I'm like, yo, and you know, I got on the phone today because some attorneys called me today. And it was like, I was watching it live. Yo, I'm gonna need you not to go at, you know, certain people. And I'm like, how did you get the link? Because when I go to that station, it's for me to act the ass. It's not for me to talk about Kels. It's for me to act the ass. And it was like, oh, so we didn't know. That's why we couldn't find really no Kale stuff on that channel. I said, yeah, I took everything off there except for a few videos. And it was like, oh, okay. And then we went into our little meeting today. But yo, it's like I don't do no ass kissing, man. I don't do that from nobody. But if dude wanna genuinely have a conversation with me, I'm up for it. But it's like, yo, but it's like,
I need to know.
But I'm not going. But listen. But I'm not going to cut no punches. I'm gonna put.
I'm not asking you to. Right. I'm not gonna ask you to ever do anything that I wouldn't do. But if I could get an understanding on what's going on and why, I mean, because some things can't be resolved. You know what I'm saying?
Like, well, yeah.
You know, so, but I just want to get an understanding from my vantage point to see what's going on, to see if it can be squashed. Because I like all us getting along. I like talk. Love the conversation that happened tonight. You know, and people just talking and just, you know, because if you put us on defense, our whole conversation is gonna be different. Okay.
And that's me.
Defense,
and that's me.
I'm gonna clam up. Ain't like military silence. Ain't none coming.
Oh no, I ain't clamming up.
Going out.
Oh no, I ain't clamming up.
So,
but I might get a little ignorant, but I ain't gonna clam up at all.
Yeah, one thing, you know, when I'm on defense, I get quiet because I gotta, you know, check the room. I gotta see what's going on, moving parts, all that type of stuff. I ain't saying clam up, but just, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna sit and watch and wait. But let me see what I could do in regards to that, because it doesn't make sense to me. And if I could try to resolve it, you know, I'm gonna do what I can, because that just makes no sense to me.
Listen, one thing I'm gonna say is, if I'm wrong and you can point out that I'm wrong, I don't mind admitting my wrong. But all of them will never admit that they was wrong about me.
I don't think it's about right or wrong, because it comes down to, because let me tell you something. I told you this before years ago, Dana. I told you this before years ago, and I don't know if you listened to me. If somebody does not like you, there's nothing that you can do to make them like you.
Oh, I don't
so
care
you
about
can convince them, try and tell them things about you, and try to sway it. But if they don't like you, they will never like you, okay? So just save your breath and let it be what it's going to be. But what you don't do is let somebody intimidate you, try and bully you, and all the other type of stuff.
Now,
but
you know.
Trying to get somebody to like you.
Now, you know, listen, one thing I can say about Larry Lionass is, for the one time that he tell the truth,
you gonna know he gonna tell the truth because he gonna get drunk behind it. And when he told me how everybody felt about me behind the scenes, that's when I started hitting that withdrawal button from a lot of motherfuckers. And because there's no reason Larry can tell me a conversation that I'm having with you and you telling me you don't like Larry and Larry is telling me what you no, Larry is telling me what I said to you word for word. No, man. No.
Oh, yeah, well, you're going to have people that throw crosses now.
No.
You definitely going to have that.
Stay away from me. But that's why I don't talk to everybody on the phone no more.
Yeah, you can't.
Nah, but I don't talk to everybody on the phone no more.
You got to shorten that.
And
Yeah.
again, I mean, thanks to the rejects of the firm, I'm good now. I'm good with my little circle that I talk on the phone. If I pick up the phone and call you, if your name is in my phone, and you good. If we never talked on the phone, then this conversation not for you. But I'm talking about the people that I talk to on the phone, but I tried to throw me a boomerang and got caught and then got mad because my hand's still not dirty. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Cause
like you said, it's not about right and wrong. It's about entitlement and salvation.
Listen, a lot of these people ain't entitled to shit, and they ain't saved by a long shot. So saving them is for Jesus, not for me.
That's right.
Jesus saves them.
Our resolve is to focus on R. Kelly, and that's it. That's all.
Right. Jesus' job is to save them. My job is to get them the hell away from me, so that way I won't slap them. That's all. I'm just being honest. I'm not arguing with nobody no more. If you feel some kind of way about me, cool. See me on the street. When you see me, just keep that same energy. And my hands reciprocate how I talk. So if you just so happen to, you know what I mean? If I just be like, fuck it and swing, then what? So
I hear EJ, I hear Darlene, I hear what y'all saying.
Folks don't understand. Yeah. I've been through too much, Joe. I lost cribs. I lost jobs. I lost friends. No, I didn't, because I can't lose a real friend. But I lost fake-ass friends. Matter of fact, speak of it like this. If y'all can remember, Sky Life ain't like me.
That's a lie. Boy, you better quit lying. Me and you ain't never had no problem.
You crazy.
Look, tell me when.
Listen,
when?
Sky Life was on DJ Tyson page burning my ass up, right?
Never. That never happened. And I know you be recording the video.
I'm going to go back and get them screenshots. Sky Life was in there like, get him. I said, oh.
No, I got to hear that. No, I swear to God, you made that one up right there. I never had a problem with you. I always like.
I'm fucking with you, Sky Life. I'm fucking with you, Sky Life.
Because I'm about to say, boy, I ain't do that now. I forget a lot of stuff now, but I ain't do that. I'm just a real individual, and I know for the most part who had some sweat and who I had to respond to. And it hasn't been that many people, Probably it was a couple ops. Then it was a lady over there on that channel, and then it was the rat, recently in the Lot Lizard, and that's it. I ain't really had no problem with people because I really don't have the time.
Listen, man, I tell everybody, listen, pay close attention. I'm making moves, and I just tell people, like, in 2026, I don't got time no more, man. I got to get back on the screen. I got videos coming out. I got movies coming out. I can't be on here arguing with these folks.
I swear to God, we don't even
But I got scripts to read. I mean, like, yo, I just got sent the proof to one of the hottest videos that's about to drop in the South. This is about to take off, and it's about to get ugly. And listen, man, it's about to get hot too. Oh my God. We was at 70 degrees today.
Oh, that's beautiful.
We was at 70 degrees.
Absolutely beautiful.
And the wind was blowing at 6 miles an hour. Listen, when I tell you I'm ready for spring and summer, And I'm telling you, my words, my phrase for the spring and summer is pop off. I'm
That's
telling
right.
you,
You know what?
pop off.
I follow Rollo, and Rollo always be like, "Go up." That's all he be saying. He be like, "Go up."
Rollo crazy.
When people try to bring you down, go up. I swear to God.
Speaking of twin, you know what I mean, Rollo? Speaking of twin, yo, I got to get him on the platform, man, because, man, Rollo got to catch up about some stuff.
You know Rollo? Now, that's my baby daddy right there.
That's,
yeah!
But that's Fam Goon. What you talking about?
I love Rollo. I love him. That's my baby daddy. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I gotta get him on here. I gotta get Goldmouth on here. I gotta get Charleston White on here. I gotta get them all on here. I wanna.
Yeah, you focus on, like you saying, you focus on going up.
Yeah.
Because you already had exchanges with these people.
Yeah.
So you know that you gotta, you know how you burn them? You just let them talk. You see what I'm saying? I said what I said the other day, and I mean, I don't even know if they said something about me.
Darlene said it was cold as hell in Oakland, California.
Oh. He said he what?
Darlene said not out here in Oakland, California. It was cold as hell, and we did have wind blowing. It's cold in California? I know Chicago cold. Skylight for y'all cold over there?
Not like the below zero. It's been a little cooler, but it's pretty.
Oh.
I say it's mid. You know, we ain't freezing.
Well, we had 70.
Cold.
Well,
it was like we had 2 weeks of like shit, damn near below zero.
Well, we had we had 76 tomorrow for a high. Saturday we dropped down to 41. Sunday we got our cold day at 35. And then Monday we in 70s straight through. Spring starts Monday for us.
Oh, that's good. I'm coming to Georgia too. I'm coming.
Look.
I'm coming now.
Look, you better bring that sexy ass dog. Matter of fact, speaking of your dog, man, because I don't like what you doing.
We can't even talk about the dog. We gonna talk about that another day.
Why?
Y'all always ask me that. We gonna talk about it. It's a whole story.
Why you still got the dog, right?
She with her cousin.
Her cousin?
Uh-huh.
Why?
That's a whole story. Y'all keep on asking questions like, well, what?
Man, I'm about to give you some tips and what to feed the dog. Oh, come on.
Don't even worry. We still gonna do all that. You know what I'm saying? We gonna do all that. You know.
When I seen you giving that baby kibble, I froze. What the fuck is she? What the? I was cussing at the screen.
Now that is that's the kibble that Tony feeds his dogs. You know, I got the dog from Butler Kennel Rottweilers, and Tony feeds his dogs raw and kibble. That was Victory.
Okay.
That's the only kibble he feeds his dogs.
Okay, so he got it from Foundational Raw. Okay.
Huh? Yeah, I was following the routine that he feeds his dogs. And even that's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna even go back more and because I've been reading up on different vitamins and stuff you could feed the dog.
No, so man, you know Dana J got Dana J got his dog vitamins too now.
Y'all do you? Okay.
Man, you sleeping.
Yeah, because I was thinking about doing some dog vitamins. I'm saying people send so much stuff, Dana. It is crazy. They just send so much stuff.
Go do your own dog vitamins. Pay the $42, right? And it's gonna feel like it's a jip. Pay the $42 and then blast all your, create a different page, blast all your dog vitamins and stuff, and put your recommendations in. Listen, instead of giving your dog, the little bone doggy treats, the one that you get out of Walmart and all that, no.
Yeah.
Go get some chicken feet. Freeze them.
Oh yeah, chicken feet. Yeah.
Freeze them, right?
Yeah.
And give them the chicken feet for treats. Then go get the chicken backs and chicken legs. And and you give them one of them every other day, right? But then you go to Foundational Raw and you go get that venison, you go get that veal. Oh my God. Listen.
No, trust me. Everything you're saying, it's going to be implemented. I'm saying everything got to be prepped. But I've been watching stuff that people are feeding their dogs. Like they I saw somebody feeding a chicken feed.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? Like some type of brain. I think it was tripe.
Yeah.
What else was they giving them? It was some other animal.
I just don't agree with giving your dog pig, though. I don't agree with that.
No, I don't think there's really no need to get a dog no pig. Like, I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever seen anybody really get pig.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, I seen one person do it. And you
was
know
it like a pig ear?
No, it was a pig head.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's different.
Okay, there's only one other dog person besides Tony that I'm going to watch. But
Rottweiler?
No. No, he got all type of breeds now, but he used to do American Bullies. And then my dog died. I cried when my dog died on his show.
His dog died?
Yeah. Yeah, one of his dogs died because he had like he got like a cancer or something.
Oh, that's so bad. Okay. Yeah.
But back to R. Kelly, man. Like, listen.
Yeah, you called me the feds too. I ain't the feds.
Who?
Okay. You did. You was like, something you said in my chat the other day. You was like, "Scare you the feds."
Sky telling it all. Well, Dana called Angelo nigga. I clearly went to sleep.
I mean, well, I didn't think that was telling because people already know. You talk to them, like, you know what I'm saying?
I'm going to go sleep on your ass.
I'm going to repeat what's really already been said.
Right.
Anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And for the folks that think I don't go at Angelo behind the scenes, Angelo put that out there. Sky, this nigga come at me.
He did say that.
Yeah, this nigga come at me. Yeah, of course. I don't hold no punches. If I'm going...
I'm going to tell you, when you fell asleep, he was trying to say some little things like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't saying them aggressive, but he was piped up with it. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't back down now. I'm like, well, look now.
Man.
Because I remember it saying something like, your daughter was close to 18. I'm trying to remember what we was talking about, but I remember saying that, and I was like, we also got to remember, and you know, and it was weird because he knows better than anybody. R. Kelly's the king of R&B, okay? So everything with him is times a million, people. It ain't just like us saying some stuff. So any type of news press, you know what I'm saying? We know. It's times a million. So it's like she wasn't dating, you know what I'm saying, Boo Boo the Fool. So I don't know if she was aware of the dynamic of who she was with and how it's going to come back good, bad, and ugly. You know what I'm saying? Because it came back. R. Kelly is coming back good, bad, and ugly. I don't care. You know, so I don't think she was ready to handle that. You know?
Man, listen. One thing I'm going to say, Sky, is at the end of the day, it's never too late to put this movement for Rob back on track. Now that we got all the dead weight and all the misfits out the way, there's no need of letting them back on the bus. Just keep going, keep pushing. Push the Rob motion forward. Let people hear and see for themselves that these bad actors are nothing but bad actors. And then I have a message for Tim Savage. Whether you want to believe it or not, how do you feel as a man? And I can't wait to get Tim Savage back on here because I got some questions. How do you feel as a man to know that your wife created 97 Baby Girl and started all this bullshit just to get you acclimated?
Who?
That's all I want to know. And y'all know I got a way of asking questions where the truth gonna come out.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, if me and Larry had a question, I got a question for Larry. How is it that you say you came around in this fight against R. Kelly when Surviving R. Kelly dropped, but you in 97 Baby Girl chat? And 97 Baby Girl chat was before Surviving R. Kelly, because the first Surviving R. Kelly was the Savages. And they labeled their joint Surviving R. Kelly. I think I'm going to play that video tomorrow.
Well, we know you got them. Do you got the obituary? I need the obituary.
Which one?
The one, Rashonda Landfield daddy obituary that got R. Kelly in it.
I call Sticks tomorrow and get one.
Okay. Yeah, do me a favor and send me that, because that right there is beyond
and
crazy.
Then I got a question for all of the R. Kelly haters over there that ran with the narrative that he got herpes, right? How is it that Geronda supposed to have herpes, but turned out not to have it? How is it that Faith supposed to have herpes, but her mama said that she ain't have it? R. Kelly tried to give it to her. But Rashonda don't have herpes. Dre don't have herpes. Y'all saying that Precious Way, y'all didn't say she had herpes. Y'all didn't say nobody had herpes except for the new urban hoes. I'm just gonna put it out there. I'm trying to figure out since when herpes started playing hopscotch with people.
Not hopscotch.
But that's all I want to know. When did herpes start playing hopscotch with people? Because if that's the case, I'm trying to put it out there like what's going on?
I promise you. I mean, it's a lot, and it's like, this is my thing, y'all. And I even on my channel, I'm trying not to clap nobody out, but I had to make an exception for that, because I don't care who it is. We all have our own different opinion, okay? But you're not gonna tell me how to say it. You're not gonna tell me how to interpret it. You're not gonna tell me what to believe, and you damn sure ain't gonna come up R. Kelly and get personal with me. It's
No.
1,000 bloggers that they could have picked to talk about, and that's just what it is, you know. And I think I did a good job. You know, I came with a different tone. I tried to take the cuss words out, but it's certain things I can't allow to pass. Okay? Now, if somebody wants to talk about R. Kelly, they welcome. You know, that's it. I'm not trying to argue with nobody. I'm not doing that. Just like you saying, you got things coming that you about to do. Same here. And you're not about to distract me, but you're not about to tell me what to say either. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what. I think it's an extortion plot. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think they trying to extort me for something, but it's okay. It's cool. But yeah, I love that you did a great live today.
Appreciate it. And
a whole bunch of information came out.
Man,
you know,
listen.
I'm gonna have to definitely play your lives too, because you always get the information.
I'm gonna say this much. I'm about to make a lot of people mad. But the Dana J. Angelo interview part 2 is coming.
Ooh.
I'm telling you that now. The Dana J. Angelo Clary part 2 interview is coming.
That's gonna be good.
I don't know if Tim gonna give me an interview, but I would like to have a closed interview with Tim Savage. I would love to. This is my thing. A lot of people was like, oh, well, Dana, you're against all these people. Yes, I'm against what they stand for. But I'm also that type where I can look you in the face. I can interview you and let you speak your truth and not try to berate you, overtalk you, curse you, make you feel like you slow, all of that. Listen, just go. Matter of fact, I'm going to give you a prime example. Just go look at the interview that I did with me and Larry in one of the very first interviews. And when we was beefing, I mean beefing. I gave him a whole interview, dog. Let's talk about it. Let's put it out there so people can understand where you coming from. Because when I come and spin a block and bust your ass, everybody gonna understand, oh, Dana coming from this side. And he did the same thing for me. It wasn't until the outside noise got into both of our ears. And then when I started cutting the outside noise out, they ran back over to him.
And let me chime in right there. Hold on. Let me blow my nose quick. Give me 2 seconds.
You gotta blow your nose. What, is cold up there? And you better go get you some ginger candy. Oh, speaking of that, that's some of the nastiest stuff ever. That ginger candy is nasty.
That ginger candy is nasty, but it's good and it works. I have bad sinuses. I fight sinuses year round.
Listen.
So I've been to the doctor and, they try to break down, like, during this season, it's the pollen. Then during this season, it's this. So, I got all different type of sinus medicine. So
listen.
I got to, mix them up and all that. But let me chime in right there where you was at.
I get a box a month, Skylife. I'm going to send you some.
Okay, yeah. Because I love them. They don't work.
It's nasty. It's going to send you to the bathroom. All of that. It's going to clear you out.
Well, that's good, though. You got to get them toxins out of your body. That's very important.
Man.
You don't want to hold that stuff in.
But they send me the ginger candy. But they send me the ginger tea in a bottle. But they send me the garlic tea in a bottle. Man, listen. Eating healthy ain't for the weak, man.
It's not. And you might actually smell like garlic for a little while, but you'll be healthy though.
Yeah, but go ahead and say what you about to say.
Okay, let me say it. People have to understand. I don't know why they don't get it. I could be in opposition to anyone, okay? And now what it comes down to is the level of opposition, okay? I understand the United States is a democracy. Okay.
No, it's not.
The red and the blue.
No, it's not.
Don't interrupt me.
No, it's not.
You come after me. Don't be trying to interrupt me. You got two opposing sides. Okay. And they have to get along, y'all. They have to communicate. Okay. Because if they don't, we see what's happening. It's not about them liking one another. But they have to communicate, okay? And I'm grown, okay? I'm human. I can see the human in anybody, okay? But I'm also a person that's inquisitive, and I'm nosy, okay? And I want to understand people's point of view because when you understand somebody else's point of view, you can better understand them, okay? And once you better understand them, it's several things you can do after that. But you have to understand their point of view. You just can't go off what you think because you're lacking knowledge. You want all the knowledge to see where they're coming from. So that's why I intake. That's why I listen to everything. I never really the option with R. Kelly. They started with me. I never came arguing with them. When I first tried to go on L's channel before, I'm talking about at the very beginning. He calling me the B word, all that. You know what I'm saying? He did a couple people like that. And that's not how it was coming. I'm coming to see, okay, what's y'all's point of view? So, it doesn't have anything to do with being against somebody. And, the same thing for R. Kelly, that we want them to do with R. Kelly. They don't like him, but guess what we want them to do? We want them to listen to what really happened. Be objective to different points of views and just see him as a human. They portrayed him to be this monster, but it's people that can speak to his humanity. That's what we want. So don't be so quick to just because people are supposed to be opposition doesn't necessarily mean hate. I think a different way that you think. Now, when you put it on Chicago, okay, the word Chicago out, if you hear somebody from Chicago say that, and they talking about the streets and the drill scene, That's real. I hate you. When I see you, it's up. Okay? It's different type of oppositions. Okay? When I say opposition on here on the KL thing, it's just saying that this person is in opposing view of R. Kelly. Does that clarify? I hope that clarifies. Let me look at the chat. Let's see. Oh my God, you and Willie and EJ, I ain't doing nothing with y'all.
Listen, the United States of America will never be a no. Listen. No, go nowhere. Listen, the United States of America will never be a democracy, but the United States is a democracy.
I get that. Okay. Back to R. Kelly. I'm not dealing with you, Willie, and EJ.
So Lily said, I love to find out why July the 17th, 2017, they said I was a madam and that they tried to reach out to me. Lies, don't know me, don't know them, and didn't know their daughter's name. Well, I got to say this, Lily. There's a couple people that said, see, I don't want to bring this back up, but hey, there's a couple people that said that you was eating ass. And a couple people said that you'll wait until Rob leave and you'll beat the girls up and eat their ass. That's why they put you in there. I'm just going to be honest. They said that you was eating ass. And then you confirmed it with Levi, but you said it wasn't them and you had a partner. That's all. But a couple people like Azriel, Lisa Van Allen, and who else said that? And Lizette Martinez said that.
Did y'all answer Lily's question? She said, who's 97 baby girl?
What year? The beginning is Jongelin. And then I think she recruited Asante. And then I think they both recruited Cash, but Larry was in the chat. So I don't know if Larry knew them or what, but Larry is all in that 97 baby girl chat. Every name that he changed to, and this is what I love about YouTube. When you get in the chat and you change your name, the name that you change it to changes in that chat, even if you're not on there no more.
Oh, okay.
That's what I love about YouTube and Rumble. Because I can post something from 2020 and I'll change my name to Stunning Dana. And if I don't delete it back then, it's going to change to Stunning Dana back then.
Okay.
Right. So Lily, that's why they got you in 2017 saying that you was a madam, because they said that you used to beat the girls up and when Rob would leave and you would eat their ass. Their eggs, I'm sorry. I forgot YouTube sensitive.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry if I did, cuz.
I ain't wrote that. I'm already 3 hours and 38 minutes in. I'm talking about JoJo shit. I'm following behind him. I'm 3 hours, 38 minutes in. But tonight live was needed. It was worthy. I love it. This is the way I want to keep my lives and everything. And and for people that's wondering why my background is green, because I'm doing some last minute, things behind the scenes to my crib. I'm putting a door somewhere, so I'm about to move some stuff around. And then when I finish all that, then you'll see my background's back up.
Yeah, because it's like, us as the person speaking on the mic, it's our duty to control the traffic and how things go. I can't say that I ain't gonna clap nobody out. It just depends on who coming and how they coming. But I'm gonna try and keep it brief. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I am gonna try and keep it brief.
I don't even know those people except Azriel, and my admittance was in regards to a relationship that I had been in for years, even ever coming back around. So lies, Lily, and you asked the question, and I'm just telling you that's why they had you in there. So I guess now that you open that door, I'm gonna ask the question: did you ever speak with the Fed? Did they ever get a chance to talk to you about that? You know, I got a question. Skylife, is there any way that I can get somebody unsolicited co-conspirator list?
Unsolicited. You saying like
The people that's
oh,
not
no.
and the people that's not put in the public but that went and told on somebody.
You know what? They probably protected because they would be CIs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably can't get that.
Why? If the Freedom of Information Act could give you, but I thought they supposed to give you everything.
I believe that. I'm not saying no, and I'm not saying yes. I'm kind of saying that I don't know, but I'm just off my train of thought. I believe that they would try to protect those people because those people probably still working. You know what I'm saying? But try it and see. The only way we'll know is if you try for it and see what comes back. And anybody that talks to them attorneys, that's a good question to ask them. But I think they would be protected because them people probably still working.
D. Johnson said no, most definitely not from the feds.
Oh, okay.
Are you serious? So hold on. So how can you make how can you start a process and call it a process if it can't be what's the word I'm using? If it can't be transparent all the way through. You know what I mean? And you got to be but you got to be transparent all the way through though, right?
It's not meant to be transparent. So think about how much stuff, like you're saying, why we don't have it already. If it was able to come out, why we ain't have it already?
Right.
And where the rest of the text messages at? I'm sure they got them. Run that. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on, wait.
They got some more text messages.
Wait. How many pages you got?
Of what?
Of the text messages.
I believe I got the whole packet. I have to pull it. I'll pull it up tomorrow. Look, but it's a lot of pages.
And you know what? This what we need to do. We need to compare who got text messages, right? And compare where they came from. And match and see, are they the same text messages?
Okay, you saying to see if I got the same copy you got?
And see if you even got the same text messages I got.
Okay.
Because I believe
I had was between Azriel and her mom.
But who did you get them from?
Who did I get them from?
I believe it's a different set of text messages out there. Because I believe that text messages was tampered with way back in January, but they dropped just at accordance at a person's leisure in March.
You saying that somebody held them? I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. Think about it. If you got a hold of that, you're going to hold on to it.
What if they was altered?
I would.
What if they was altered? What if they was altered?
Man, I wouldn't be surprised at anything at this point. Okay? This is the R. Kelly saga.
No, I'm talking about what if they was altered by somebody on YouTube?
I mean, from what I saw, the ones I got have the evidence number. Is that what they call it? Like the number where they was putting the evidence.
Everybody that got the text messages don't have evidence numbers.
Oh, okay. I mean, and this is with anything. You take what you can to fit your puzzle piece. Because think about it. It could be 1,000 of us on here. We all got different things that we looking at and trying to put together. I'm going to take what everybody say to fit my narrative and my puzzle. Because there's certain things that I want to know. See what I'm saying? That I still can't figure out. And that's what I'm trying. That's why I take everything that comes across me and I put it together. Just like the questions I was asking Angelo. Certain things I just can't figure out. You know.
And you know, it's weird because Azriel put out a video the day before yesterday. But I said people were saying that you're going to be doing bad and struggling after R. Kelly. And she was shopping with shopping bags and like a pocket full of money. I'm saying to myself, that's weird. Why would she put that out there? If you're a victim, why would you even be talking about R. Kelly? Unless.
Wait, hold on. Lily said I got a bunch of text messages from Azriel's phone to me, and even from my brother's phone to me while he was locked up. I sent them to that new. Why you send them to Lily? Run them. Send them to Dinah. We need to see that. ASSAP. Can we see that?
You sent them to that New York attorney? You mean Canick? Or Scholar? Ooh, oh shit.
Can we see him, Lily? Send him to Dana, please.
Now, Lily done opened up a whole bunch of shit now. Hold on. I have a bunch of text. I need them text messages, Lily.
Yes, Lord, we do.
We need to open up surveying R. Kelly.
Okay, right. We're going to have our own documentary.
The real surveying R. Kelly. Not Whack 100 edition.
Right. I swear to God. She said the Fed witness can lie. Nothing can be done. She said, can it?
Oh, you said, ooh.
Yeah, come on, Lily. Come through now.
Hold on. I'm about to put my email address up there. Hold on.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, email her so she can just hit the reply button and just send them on back. People said not to sink his ship. Y'all gonna make my stomach hurt. Yeah. Oh, Father help us. No, Dana, email her. You ain't got Lily's email?
No.
Okay.
That's why I sent my email. Boom. BookDanaJ@gmail.com.
I just want you to email her.
Put it in there.
Hit the reply button. Okay.
Take it through there.
She said she got from Azriel to her. Okay. See, that's what I'm saying. It's little pieces and stuff that we got. Because I swear to God, because I'm going to tell you, like you said, Dana, with them text messages.
Lily. Lily, you can send them right now before you go to bed. You don't got to wait till after the funeral. You can send them right now before you go to bed.
Oh, she said she couldn't go to sleep. She said they didn't want us to share our piece that we all can contribute to them. That's right, Prima.
Another point, they didn't
you,
want us to share our pieces.
Things, even with the text messages, like Dana said, I read some of them, and I'm like, okay. I try to put them up against the transcripts. Definitely found, stuff that's not adding up.
A lot of inconsistencies.
Whole lot of. When I talk about Azriel's whole testimony, ain't adding up based on them text messages. Whole lot of.
Listen, to Larry obstructing justice, I mean, hey, you know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. Then the phone. Okay, cool. Listen.
You stupid. You stupid.
Oh shit. Oh Lord. Oh God. Lord have mercy. Please forgive me. Oh God. Lord have mercy. Oh boy. Oh. This is how you know my laugh.
Therapy. I swear to God. Just straight therapy. You forgot.
Yo, I'm not messing with y'all, man. I'm not messing with y'all. Listen, man, I ain't do a midnight live in a minute. God.
I'm surprised you up, because I'm going to tell y'all, he dropped dead about, I swear to God, was it 9 or 10? You was out of there. You was gone.
I was tired, man. I had a long day at work that day. I was like, man,
I
let me go
did
ahead.
too, Dana.
But
And that's why I was like, I can't get off the phone, though. I was so tired. I wanted to be like, all right. But I was like, you probably ain't going to never talk to him again. So I just said, keep talking.
Listen. Angelo said, and you know, I can't stand that motherfucker. I text you, I said, don't believe what he's saying. Don't believe that shit.
Right, you kept texting me stuff like, don't believe that. Remember he said something about Kels? I don't even know, I can't remember what he said. He said something about, remember Kels did something. He was saying he did some lewd and insidious. And you was like, don't believe that. I started cracking up. Like he talking, you said it text me like, don't believe that. But I don't know why y'all be thinking I believe everything. I'm like, damn, do they think I'm stupid?
And the funny thing,
people think I'm dumb or something. I listen to everything, y'all. I promise you, I listen. But I'm one of the people that I swear to God, I hold it forever. I'll listen to what you say, even though I know it could be a lie. I can know it don't make sense, but I also know what side he's on and how he coming.
Right.
You know, that's the whole thing. Yeah, his daughter was in the case,
right,
and he feels she was violated by R. Kelly. There's no way for me to get around it.
Right.
You know, I know his perspective and how he coming.
Right.
But he knows how I'm coming too, because he knew from day one when I reached out to him that I was an R. Kelly supporter. Same thing when I think I Instagrammed Tim. I never had no shame in my game. I let them know from the gate.
Man,
I'm a Kel supporter.
Man,
and this is,
Man, shit, they were trying to get me locked up for real. John Jalen made that nigga go to the police station at 4:00 in the morning. We gotta get him. I'm tired of his mouth. Man, the fuck?
What side of town you on, Lily?
Oh, Lord.
Go get you some Harold's chicken.
Harold's chicken? That shit nasty.
Boy, you a lie.
Y'all Harold's chicken.
Chicago with me.
Y'all Harold's chicken. Listen. Y'all Harold's chicken can't compare to Baltimore fried chicken now. I'm gonna tell you.
I don't know. I never had Baltimore.
I can take you to Sonny's. I can take you to goddamn Chicken on Us. I can take you to Boy Royale. I'm telling you.
Oh, you at West? Okay.
At
that
West.
Means you over there with Uncle Remus. You on the Uncle Remus side. That's where you at.
I gotta hold on. What is a part of Chicago that
I've never been to Baltimore. I want to go to Baltimore too. There's
Yeah,
a lot of places I want to go
yeah, just let me
in
know.
the U.S.
But I'll meet you up there. I'll be your tour guide. Let me know. I'll tell you get some crabs. I'm gonna tell you now. Do you eat fish?
I eat everything
Listen,
except like,
listen. I will get you a lake trout, right? One lake trout about the size of your face.
that sounds delicious.
Last time I went home, I ordered a 3-piece jumbo lake trout and I showed it on camera. Everybody was like, yo, y'all fish is huge up there. Like, man, look, that's jumbo.
D. Johnson, why you trying to get us shot? D. Johnson trying to put you in the jam, Lily. Don't go on Saturday night. Stay off the man, Lily.
Wow. What's on 79?
79th is the worst street in Chicago, okay? One of the worst. No, it's the worst. I'm calling it. It's the worst.
So is that where they call the Wild 100s at?
No, 79th Street is... You remember when they was taking the bus? When they did the rally and they was going to the Harold's Chicken?
Man, you know I ain't look at that bootleg ass shit.
Okay, well, they was going to 79th Street to the Harold's Chicken on 79th. That's where they was going.
So
But
why would they
79th is
take
just a
R.
street
Kelly
that-
supporters over there?
Well, he was from there. So, you know, people that's from there is comfortable there. But people that's not from there know that shit dangerous. I'm sorry, know that it's dangerous.
No, you good.
And don't go over there.
So what makes 79th Street so dangerous in Chicago?
Because you can die on any block there.
But you can die on any street.
People. No. It's a lot of people. Always a lot of people. It's liquor stores, damn near on every corner. It's restaurants. It's just a lot of people. The police, you got a lot of police activity. You got aid officers. And I'm talking about from Cicero, I'm talking about far west all the way to the lake. It's bad. It's just in a bad neighborhood. That's the answer. The neighborhoods surrounding them are bad. Okay? Meaning it's a poor population with poor people. And like I told somebody I was talking to, violence is based on proximity. Okay? Poor people, there's a lot of violence going on up and down that strip.
But Sky, when I was in Chicago, it ain't seem like that.
Were you on 79? But I'm going to tell you, Chicago now and then is way different because I ain't going to lie to you, a lot of people is dead. Okay? And the main liquor store, Happy's, they closed that about 5-6 months ago. Okay? So, but it's just violence. It's a lot of people, poor population, you know.
So it's
and
something
a lot
like
of people.
So it's something like Baltimore then.
Yep.
Yeah, because D. Johnson said.
Too.
Because D. Johnson said that threat, that internet threat crap y'all do won't last 12 hours here.
Sure won't.
But it definitely wouldn't last in the city in Baltimore.
Nah, all that wolfing, selling wolf tickets, it's not gonna fly.
Hold on, Inglewood is known for the highest death rates. Inglewood.
He said, "Look at my 79 though." Oh yeah, Inglewood is known for that, and Inglewood got the largest population of ex-offenders. Okay, the largest population, and I'm talking about the real P words. Okay, not the ones they trying to say R. Kelly is. You can Google that.
So where's the swap meet at up there?
That's on 127th, over west off of I-57.
But that's where the GD's at?
No, not I-57. That's off of 294.
But that's where the Vice Lords at?
Vice Lords is majority out west. That's where they originated from. Majority Vice Lords was developed out west. Now, of course, you know, people move, their mamas move, their grandmas move, so you got some on the south side too. But
I'm gonna go up there.
The Vice Lords.
But I'm gonna go up there
out west.
But I'm gonna go up there with a Dabowski picture and see if they know him.
You know, it's 4 million people in Chicago.
Nah. I'm gonna go to the Vice Lords because he said he's been a Vice Lord since he was 3 years old.
I mean, but you got to think about it. It's probably 10 different facets of Vice Lords, and that's just the black Vice Lords. You know, you got Hispanic Vice Lords too.
Listen, I know Spanish. I go to Itigaga Man TD. You know this, yeah. I know Spanish too.
I swear to God.
All right, Lily.
Oh,
Yeah, but I'm going. It got money in it, you know. They made money in the busky gone. Yeah, I mean, shit. Because I want to know what establishment initiates a 3-year-old kid. I want to know that.
What you mean?
He said he been a vice lord for 3 years old. He's 43.
Oh, I don't know about all that, man. You know,
That's
a
all
lot
I
of
want to do.
people, when they came outside, they was hanging with groups of people. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, we could all say if that's the case, you know, we so and so and so and so. You know what I'm saying? Because when I started going outside, I was hanging with Stones and Vice Lords, but I was never affiliated.
But you was gangbanging at 3 years old?
Right.
You was running with the stack. I guess you from the 7th, the 9th, the East.
I mean, people, you know what? Some people are born into gangs now. I'm not going to lie. Some people, brother, mama, cousin, uncle, is the people, okay?
So I guess they caught you from the 2, the 4, the 7, and the 9.
No. So some people be born into it now. They do.
Well, Sky Life, I'm 4 hours in. I'm about to get up off here. My next live, listen. If y'all got some things y'all want me to talk about, send them over to me, man. If y'all got any leads on people, send them to me.
Right.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm trying to get an interview with Shank Rock.
Who is that?
See, people that y'all need to know about. Even though that's my brother, but we on 2 different sides of the spectrum. So I'm trying to get an interview with him because he covers the Nazaria Harris case. He covered all the cold crime cases.
Okay.
Listen.
Yeah, and those are cases we need to be paying attention to. That's why I'm like, why these people sitting up here talking about some fake people, fake victims? I mean, these people really dying. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but I'm trying to interview Prima Donna. I'm telling you, yo, I'm getting some real interviews with some real people and some real topics.
Yep. It's time for that.
Yeah.
You know, it's time all the fluff and buff and arguing, that's over with. I'm not gonna engage unless I have to. I can't make no promises, but I'm gonna do my best not to walk nobody down and get no leads, y'all.
Right.
Well, thank you, Dana, for having me.
All right. I got you.
Shout out to the Dream Team.
Man.
Y'all stay sucker free.
Definitely. And take care of that baby. Take care of that puppy over there. She a sweetheart.
Oh, don't even worry. We gonna do a remix. I got you.
I'm about to say I'm gonna have to send some of my dogs your way.
You got some dogs?
I got one left. I got a Cane Corso.
Oh, okay. My ex used to breed them dogs. They was always too big and scary for me, but I don't know.
You got a Rottweiler.
Yeah, but it's custom.
You got a
custom fit.
You got a Rottie.
They're sweet.
So I know you ain't gonna talk about big breeded dogs, and you got a Rottie.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. Them Cane Corsos is intimidating looking. Like, they really, like, scary for real.
You have a Rottweiler.
I hear you, but you got, if you see a Cane Corso coming or a Rottweiler, which one you going towards?
Neither one.
I'm gonna run to the Roddy and take my chance.
No, sir.
Cane Corso, boy. Woo-hoo-hoo.
No, sir.
Lord help me.
I'm running from both.
I hear you.
Especially if I don't know him.
You have a choice.
Especially if I don't know him, man, I'm out of there.
Hold on, let me get Lily. Hold on. Give her my email too. I'm sending it to you right now.
I'm out of there.
At gmail.com. Well, thank y'all for having me.
Definitely.
Hey, we're gonna talk too.
All right, hit me up.
All right, bye-bye. All right.
I appreciate Kip. I appreciate Sharon Winbush. I appreciate Sky Life. Appreciate everybody that's in here. Dream Team for life. Y'all know how we do it. Let's get these interviews back popping. Let's get, people names out there. You know what I mean? Let's talk about some real topics. Let's get R. Kelly name back circulating so people can understand that this man is innocent and he's not with the matter of fact, he's not the monster that people try to make him out of. You know what I mean? Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. But Dana J up out of here. And before I go, I'm gonna leave y'all with something real quick. What can I play, man? I'm gonna go Chi-Town. Let's do it this way.
Dear Robin, it's really hard fighting for you. And the ones you're listening to are the ones hurting you, stealing from you, turning on you out here. I'm trying to keep you there. Radio don't sound the same when your voice ain't in the night. Every note remind me of a different time in my life.
That Dana J album release is coming soon. But listen to the tune. It's called
They
Dear
don't
Robert.
know what you meant to us behind the stage, behind the fame. I'm just missing the man I knew while the world just say your name. Robert Sylvester Kelly. Yeah. I'm talking to the walls again, praying that you hear this Dana J song.
Love every last one of y'all.
Separate the noise from what was right and what
Good
the
night.
feds
Good
say
night.
what went wrong. We miss you, Robert. We miss the soul in your sound. We miss you since you ain't been around. We've been hurting, watching legends fade away. Dear Robert, I wish I could take the pain away. Oh, wish I could talk to you. Yeah, too many voices in your ear. Yeah, being voicing your damn pain. Everybody got a fucking opinion, but don't nobody seem to feel your goddamn pain. Lord, I know you're human, Robin, made mistakes, carried weight. Still, I hate how quiet it got, where your music used to be so vibrant. Used to vibrate. If I could sit you down, just me and you. No crowd. I tell you, don't let the world define your whole life now. You more than headlines, more than the fall, more than the industry take down.
Good night, y'all.
You're still somebody's soul. You really changed the soul. You changed the soul. We raised the song. Yeah, I miss the way it was. The gift, the fight, the love. No judgments, just a heart that still believes. From one soul to another, from a side to another, your song ain't above the noise. It's about Mr. that you are robber. We seen the misjustice we heard the lies. We also know when what they stole from you.
That Dana J album release is coming very soon.
This is for you, Robert Sylvester Kelly.
It's coming soon. A lot of people don't want to hear it this way, but you gotta know that Dana coming. Good night. You don't have to be great, but you have to get started to be great. Be someone important. Be yourself. Until next time, Dana J say good night.
Remember me from Lake Clifton, Eastern High School. Also down at the Harbor Place, working at the fudgery. I was always singing at the Jeter shows. That time was so special to me. There's so much more to Dana J than what the eye can see. I want you to know I love you. I want you to know I need you. Where would I be without you? Nowhere, 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 nowhere. Feel it in my music, along with the stories I bring. I'm never gonna lose it in no way, no way, no way, no way, no way. Feel it in my music, along with the stories I bring you. I'm never gonna lose it. No way, no way, no way, no way. Another Dana J classic.